Hello everyone and welcome back to Victoria 3, where we will now talk openly and wait until Zep is arriving because he's not showing up yet. Holy shit, what happens here? Also, hello, what? How are you doing? Just opening the Fritz Cola. The nectar of virtual imperialism. I'm not making good advertisement for them, am I?
No.
Fritz Cola is good though. You should drink it. It's
Yes.
good cola.
Yes.
Not nice and imperialist. She just said it herself. Now shall face the guillotine at the inevitable communist cyberpunk revolution that's happening in the US.
I mean, listen, okay? What are leftists good at, if not training virtually for imperialism? Kinda all do it. We
Nope.
know our enemy.
So you're going
better than everyone
all
else.
Soviet Union on us.
You gotta know your enemy.
Yeah, we know our enemy. We know it. We study them. We train in their ways. We are better than them. We can actually do better imperialism than them.
I'm good for I'm all for power disparity and competitive struggle in games.
Yes.
Or when you're in charge.
Yeah.
Nah, you don't want me in charge. It's like I might make some good general things, but there are so many things I don't know jack shit about. So
Point.
The benevolent dictatorship of a
No,
communion.
the benevolent ADHD dictatorship. It's like we're gonna do the good thing a few days later. What were I supposed to do again?
yeah, basically.
Oh yeah, can we get back to the rant about pensions?
Oh yeah, sure.
Or can I rant about pension?
Yes,
Oh yeah.
you
So
rant about it.
one idea is essentially matching pension age to what kind of job you have, basically. So you know how there's like a universal pension age.
I mean,
In general, yeah.
If you match it to a certain kind of employment or certain kinds of jobs. So let's say you're a builder. So you're working with your hands. You're with your hands. You're building stuff. You're doing a lot of manual labor. If you're working in, let's say, a warehouse or something like that.
Warehouse
Quite
will break your back
understandably.
as well, but
Yes. All of this is like you're going to be taking a lot more load, and you're much more likely to live. Well, you're much
what
more
you mean.
likely to die earlier, basically.
Yeah.
And I don't mean this as a way to we can. Sorry, yeah. This basically means people who are more more people can get more out of their pension, out of their time out of work after they've. I think what I'm basically trying to say is I think the social contract doesn't work in its current form.
I mean, yeah, the problem is just again, we have more. I mean, the problem is it was basically designed for, higher birth.
Lots of young people.
Lots of young people, not that many old people, but also, I mean, one of the big things we just need, which is also just part, can we just talk about how much immigration we technically need just to keep our fucking country running? And the thing is, people forget that with everything Gesundheit,
Gesundheit.
Actually,
we would need millions, almost 2 million people every year immigrating to be able to. Why is stuff missing again? Oh, come on.
yeah. I guess one thing, if you wanted more individualistic of pension, you could probably, instead of doing it, it's a per job basis because jobs change.
Yeah. Very true.
I would probably argue for if you can't work anymore,
a health-based one, sort
for a
of.
medical reason.
Yeah.
Well,
I mean,
Yeah.
I mean, a lot of
The other
that
problem
is.
is how do you define how do you quantify a person's health?
that's
Yeah.
hard to do. That's extremely
Yeah, I mean,
hard to do.
currently that's a massive issue currently with the UK's benefit system right now, where if you look at the metrics just purely how they're announced and not actually look into how they're measured, technically there's a massive spike post-COVID of people who are, according to the benefit system, who are basically not medically disabled, but
Not able to work.
Yeah.
not able to work due to medical things.
Yeah.
But the problem is that's currently just how that's an issue of measurement where a lot of people who understandably want to work are unable to because of just how the incentives line up in the current system where you can't help them get into work. And if they suddenly start earning, there's then a big drop off in their wages or how much help they get, basically.
It should be obviously like in the hands of the person themselves, like and not just some bureaucracy that decides, oh, you can't work anymore. No, that's like
I mean, again, I think to a degree we should probably just start doing shit like, again, we should definitely fix the one of the biggest parts that is like, we just need more people working in general. That's like kind of
employment rates are pretty high right now. At least
employment rates
UK
are,
and Germany.
Unemployment
rates are low, basically.
But the thing is more like that we do not have enough people to, we do not have enough people. Like, for example,
that's not more people working.
Pension care and shit.
You mean more people in general?
We need more people in general because, like, a lot of jobs are overworked, and but like it's not the fact that we have like a bunch of a few million immigrants, that don't get like the problem of the European immigration crisis. Just to be clear here, it's not that there are too many. The problem is that they are stuck. They are stuck in the because the bureaucratic system has been gutted so much that they basically now have to wait years to even get like, oh yeah, we're now working on your case, which is like,
and
you have to actually work through that pile first, and then, which would actually and that would actually free up a lot of workforce anyway. Actually, like, okay, seriously, what is going on right now? Why is
that's not freeing up workforce? That is adding workforce.
It's adding workforce, which would help with the fact that people are having more healthier work, are not overworked, which would make jobs more attractive, and also would add taxpayers to the system, which we also kind of need. It's like
on the whole pension thing. I know Germany has the problem. Like, we had a working system, and then we have privatized, I guess, pensions? Privatized pensions? Like Altersvorsorge.
I don't think it was privatized, but it was gutted to be...
We allowed such companies to exist in the first place, because before then, everything was based on the GDP of the country. Basically. Like, people could buy bonds in the country with, like, it's a whole system. It's a bit complicated to explain because I don't know how those words would be translated because they're so German.
Yeah, it's... that's definitely, like...
But basically a few decades ago, we didn't have like anything for private companies in that regard, where people could invest money. I mean, they could only invest in the state.
That is definitely one of those things when they start.
And that's when pensions worked, by the way.
Oh yeah, a lot of shit worked. Hey, did you know that rent worked? We had housing co-ops that just we still have some of them, but a lot of them were forced to sell off because there were some. Sometimes state-owned, so they were forced to sell it off because, the free market handles that better. And look at it now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it just, there's so much we should do about that because, like, yeah, we have to fix a lot of things at the same time. There's not like one solution to that. It's just a lot of them. Like we need to add so much at the same. We need to work on so much. It's kind of insane, but again, it's not like a bunch of politicians are more interested in, keeping the private enterprise running than actually fixing the problem. Also, it's kind of... Okay, Lena, you're back, by the way.
Mm-hmm. What?
I don't know why, but your picture is back.
Oh,
yay.
that's good.
Yeah, I don't know why. I am very confused. Anyway...
I didn't know I was gone, but...
Now
Yeah,
you're back.
it's weird. It's
Good,
weirdly
yeah.
not working sometimes
Mhm.
recently, so...
Mhm. Weird random thought about that. Like, do you have do you have that hooked up to any hotkey maybe?
No.
Which is just happening.
Yeah.
You know what? Sometimes I think, alt text is pretty good on pictures, I think.
What?
Yeah.
Okay, that is coming. But, when you open a picture and the alt text is so much, it covers up the picture. And you have to still scroll down. You could have just written that shit. Because, remember that racist Nick Fuentes?
No. No,
Oh.
I don't.
Who?
Basically racist online streamer. He got arrested.
Oh, for
Oh,
what?
good.
Because a woman knocked on his door and he assaulted her.
Oh,
So he now has a battery charge and got arrested. Which is like,
was he
yes.
so afraid of the woman or what?
I have no clue what... Again, being right-wing destroys your brain. Just
Yep.
at a fundamental level. Like, even if you're in it for the grift, it will destroy you on a fundamental level. There's
Well,
just something...
It tends to make you a bit paranoid, yeah. Have you looked at what you get with a new Twitter account of feeds and people you should follow?
It's just racism.
No.
Yeah.
Who the fuck
good for
is
you.
actually making? Who the fuck is making Twitter accounts
Okay,
nowadays?
For science.
Yeah, we saw a YouTuber who was like, you know what? How woke can I become before I get banned off Twitter? And I was like, you know what? That sounds like a funny video. And I was like, yeah, let's just start with like the most lukewarm liberal shit, and then every day I get more woke and attack more right wingers. And he just deleted his account after 5 days, even though he like paid for the blue check to have like the maximum boost rate so that Elon sees it, because he followed the right wingers to answer them, and he saw the last big exodus to Blue Sky, and he was just like, listen, I can't see that shit every fight. Like, it just genuinely made him depressed to see so much right-wing bullshit on the timeline.
Yeah.
But now imagine you're an actual, like, right-wing person that actively uses Twitter every day.
How can you with all the stupid fucking ads that they're putting on there?
Adblocker, I
know.
guess?
I don't know.
I don't know.
But if you're using that, well, yeah, if you're using it in a web browser, it's not so. You can use an ad
mean-
blocker, but
Yeah, but I
on
guess
the app itself.
I would assume they're using it actually on their phones. You're right.
Yeah.
So I have no idea. Maybe that's their form of like cold patriotism or something.
I mean,
have no idea.
it can be tolerable if you know and pick specifically who you're following. But even then, nowadays, I barely use it actually.
Yeah.
So
I'm just
I don't know.
like apparently it's so full like Twitter as an echo bubble, because he didn't get got much traction with his account, even with the blue check mark. The things he got most traction with was like beefing with people, not actually writing anything.
Mm-hmm.
So apparently it's so full of transphobia shit that people have basically, according to themselves, like trained emotional reactions when they perceive a trans person.
I mean, yeah.
Like a convulsion and stuff.
What? I'm confused.
It's just-
Imagine you are
just-
imagine you're in a bubble so much to hate under I don't know how many percent trans people are actually, but not much. Hard to find trans people.
I think actually, oh, if I remember correctly, off the UK, like what's it? Do you know when you do like a big survey of the country and stuff like that? What's it? A census? That's it.
Yeah.
When the UK did its last national census, which was 2022, 2023, I think that out of the total population, it was under 1%. So it's like 1 in 100.
Roughly, yeah. But
Roughly.
in Britain you have transphobia, so probably lots of people are also not.
Why are you annoying?
Yeah.
Or no, sorry, it's not Discord's.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're very soft again.
Yeah.
I know.
Yeah.
It's
So I'm presuming that the number of trans people is probably a bit higher, but not by much.
1 in 70. Let's say 1 in 50. Let's say 1 in 50.
Yeah,
So let's say 2% of the population.
Doesn't matter. The point is, it's
But
basically
it's
nothing.
rare.
yeah, it's rare.
Very rare. And they see
Not
trans people
unimportant, but yeah.
Yeah. I mean, just statistically, like in a mathematical
Hello,
sense, it's
can you
not.
hear me now?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
can hear you.
Okay, good.
Welcome,
my,
Zep.
Yes.
Again, my audio balancing app from Steel Series was being annoying.
Aw.
I don't know. It's decided to reset so many times recently.
Wait, do you have Sonar on startup?
Yeah, it's on startup.
I just turn it off startup, and then it'll work normally.
Oh.
So we basically have to imagine they're in this filter bubble so much that they see trans people everywhere and have physical reactions to it.
Yeah, it's like
That's how broken you can get on Twitter.
I mean, some of the I can't tell if this half of the stuff on the subreddit is a meme, but like, I think it was. I'd say it's this subreddit where basically they make fun of people who just go overboard and like.
I mean, I get you.
they're banning gamers. Oh, that like so like you know the advertisements for GTA 6.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it shows like women on the beach. They like photoshopped the women on the beach to be like literal anime characters in terms of like.
I get what you mean. I mean, those people
Yeah.
exist in general.
Yeah, I
but
think it's probably
I remember.
satire.
I'm
satire.
I'm sad to disappoint you. We had over the last year several people going into undercover turf groups. They really are.
they really are like that.
Oh god, it's
They
like
really are.
I mean,
normal.
One of the best examples is like,
Remember
remember
that boxer?
remember that
The boxer
picture?
from the Olympics actually. Or was it not the Olympics, or was it the?
It was Olympics, but
It was
like
in the
what I want
Was
to
it
point out
Olympics?
is like one of the best examples is that the whole that whole Aloy Photoshop with higher fans.
Oh yeah. Oh,
that was a
God.
shit post.
Originally,
It was a shit post, and people took it seriously.
I mean, that's how we have the whole flat Earth movement. Like that was originally also just a joke people started on social media, and then people started to actually believe in it.
Yeah, it's
QAnon, but QAnon probably wasn't QAnon as well. Just a whole joke or
I don't know for sure. I
shit,
think
probably. But
What the
it's some anonymous fucker on 4chan. Like we'll never probably unless somebody comes forth, we'll never find out.
yeah.
and that was the conversation on how right-wing bubbles fry your brain.
Yeah.
Glorious. Anyway,
Off
You
to
know,
better topics.
yeah, some fun. Oh, you know what? You want to hear something funny? Aside from the fact that Lena, can you say something?
Something.
Fuck, Ruben, can you say something?
something.
Can you say something now?
Something.
Okay, Wiki 3 blocks OBS for some reason from working.
Oh,
Oh
no.
well.
Great.
This is amazing. What happened? Well,
We're still audible on the stream.
you're audible. The thing is just that the whole bounce and visibility of your only works when I'm out of the game.
Oh well.
How? What is the problem right now? Anyway, I shouldn't think too much about it. Okay, funny shit. By the way, Zep, it's open. You can just join as when it
Oh,
works.
the game is taking
Compiling
long
shaders, yeah.
time to compile the shaders and stuff
yeah.
like that.
Yeah,
Ah,
it took like 10-15 minutes for me to launch because of compiling shaders.
Yeah, they had an update yesterday.
Maybe
Yeah.
I should. No. Why didn't my shaders need to compile that long?
Did
Yeah,
you
mine
play
didn't
the
take
game
too long
since yesterday?
either.
What?
Did you launch the game since yesterday, or maybe it's something hardware related? Maybe it's your install
I
location. I don't know.
haven't launched it since yesterday, but it's also possible that it was. I think it was also taking an extra long time to start up today for whatever reason. Okay,
Yeah.
now I can start to join.
Okay.
They also buffed companies again.
Yes, I heard that, but I didn't
There
see
is
a patch
note.
note.
I said, I think it.
No, I don't know what they did. Is what. I mean.
Okay.
I
Wait,
think
that was the
my interpretation was like they want to do it, but I don't know if they've done anything yet.
It's already in a hotfix.
Oh well, we'll see.
For example, if companies own at least one level of a building, any new level that is built in it by local private investors will be company owned. They are more likely to be the one privatizing buildings if the building fits their type. Yeah, that's what they did about companies.
That sounds like proper monopolization, which I like.
Yes.
No, and I say this because it's a historical context, and it also is good for the game mechanic.
Yeah. Like as we
Because this is the era of when corporations started realizing, oh, we can just become super fucking powerful.
Yeah.
Because they saw the EIC and they're like, ooh, I want that.
Yeah, like that's why the industrialists. That's why the industrialists.
Yeah. Anyway.
That's how the industrialists supplanted the landowners, essentially, in game terms.
Mm-hmm.
Seriously, why isn't OBS working? What if?
no idea.
No, well. Oh yeah, funny shit that happens. So, when I hear how a company just... Okay. When I hear a funny story about a game... So, do you all know Dauntless?
Name rings a bell, but
Sounds
I forgot
familiar.
what it was.
Was
Okay.
it the movies? Or...
No, it was a game announced a few years ago.
Like
It's like-
its own spin on Monster Hunter, basically.
Basically, yeah, it's like they make a free-to-play Monster Hunter title for PC. Like, it's kind of like Monster Hunter, not like Monster Hunter, but it's kind of like that. Then Monster Hunter World got announced for PC.
Oh, interesting. I loaded straight into Korea.
Nice.
Neat.
Didn't even have to select it.
It knew what you were doing.
But I am pretty much ready to do. I have zero idea what I was doing last time, so that'll be fun trying to figure that out again.
I think you were advocating for building Silk and exporting it to me or something.
Yeah,
I was advocating for that and also trying to get
Tobacco.
together the anti-China alliance.
Yeah.
Don't worry,
You
I'm
were
working
also-
on
you
China.
also- Yeah,
Yeah.
You were also doing the silk and tobacco.
Yes, thank you for the reminder. Silk and tobacco. I will. I think I said I was doing silk in the southeast.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, so I will preemptively add like
And you had
40
like
levels there.
one state where you could do Silk and
Oh.
Grain at the same time or something.
Yes, that is.
Yeah,
You're
you were-
correct about that. I'm
It's
actually
running a
not
skill cap.
doing. I'm gonna do grain
What?
and. What?
What did you say, Tina?
Yeah, you were building up the economy of scale cap.
Yes, that. Even if I'm not gonna experience the economy of scale cap right away, I want to occupy that land with the stuff. So,
Mhm.
gonna queue up 50 levels of rice, 50 levels of silk, so that nothing else builds there. Let's cancel 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, and then I'll split up some of it so that it's a bit more balanced.
Yeah.
But the tobacco is being built in the east of the South. So yeah, I did want an export economy. That said, I do need to build a crap ton of ports to support this. Which is why I'm considering wanting Beijing and Shenzhen.
You control No, you don't control Manchuria, do you? No, not yet.
No, I if I was to do...
Are you want
if
to
I was
take
able
over
to-
China?
If I was,
then?
yes, so Manchuria and parts of China.
I should be able to help with that.
Yeah. So, like, for example, I'll probably take Shenzhen from Manchuria, or I might just puppet them straight out and then peacefully annex them over time, so that they can build and do their own things. But I'd probably also release Mongolia, just to manage my consumption. Well, manage my infamy. But yeah. By the way, I am already talkative today because today was Christmas party. at work.
Yay!
A little early for Christmas party, but that means that I had some beer and eggnog
Ooh, nice.
Ah.
and chocolate cake.
Ooh.
All courtesy of work, which is nice.
That is neat.
No spotted dick.
What?
No spotted dick.
What?
Again, what?
Probably some food.
You don't know what spotted dick
It
is.
seems like
I'm
an
assuming
older
that's
English
British.
You are British.
Not even like spotted dick in a can.
word. No, because we are thinking of a different kind of
Get,
thing.
get out of here with your English shit. I'm calling it English shit now, Ruben. Suffer.
But
I am English.
what about pigs in a blanket or a toad in the hole?
Well, the hole's good. Did you at least have
Um,
Yorkshire puddings?
We didn't have any puddings. They did have cannolis. So this was all catered by a Romanian lady who has been basically the chef for my workplace for a long time.
Ooh.
She's a wonderful cook. Makes great food. They had some chicken. I did have a slice of fried chicken with some honey mustard on top of it. It was really nice. But also, it's a little early for me to be eating a lot of food. All right, I think I'm ready to go.
Nice. Then we can start.
Sure. I'm still like looking what the fuck could do this problem.
Well, you can look at it, but we want to play.
Yeah, then just start.
Okay.
I don't have the biggest problem with that.
But we're asking you because we're nice.
We ask for permission, not forgiveness.
Yeah, I guess.
And sometimes we forget to ask for permission.
True. Sometimes we do.
We do try.
So you guys know Heinz, the maker of like
I was
sauces
like,
and stuff.
I actually was
Yes.
talking about the game.
Yeah, Heinz means spotted dick in a can.
Ah.
So you can get Heinz fans. Oh. It's
Okay.
actually quite tasty though.
Okay, so what I wanted to talk about is like, so basically Dauntless was this game where they're like, look, we might not be Monster Hunter, we might not be, the same level as Capcom, but we're gonna be free to play and we're gonna be on PC. Again, then Monster Hunter World was announced.
Yeah. They had problems.
And now it's working, I guess. Can everyone talk again?
Stay on one topic.
Hello?
It's worked.
Okay,
Okay,
what's that light up?
That's not, Okay, so the thing is, that was kind of bad, but then after, they actually released after, World, on the Epic Game Store. But, they got a relatively solid player base going, They had fans that were like, what, this might not be Monster Hunter, but you can play two things. It's good, it's solid, it's good, you can play it. So, now they were like, we should, maybe make our, rework our game, make a big update, and then put it on Steam. Sounds good, right?
Yeah.
So imagine you put it on Steam, and then you decide, okay, so our big update, okay, wipes 90% of the progress people have made so far.
Oh.
Okay, that's not good.
Yeah, not that nice.
And in the sense that they were like, listen, like we're removing all the weapons you crafted. They're like, what? Yeah, there are just 7 weapons now, and basically variants of them. And everyone was like, what? The weapons you crafted now are skins, or just gone. Fuck you. And you're like, okay. And then they were like,
That's a strong choice they've
but what
made.
is
a dauntless choice.
a dauntless choice? Yes, especially when you consider what came next, because then they removed weapon crafting. And you know what they replaced it with?
Loot boxes?
Loot boxes.
It's always loot boxes.
It's fucking loot boxes.
So they decided, okay, let's be. I hate the term, but pro gamer, like pro consumer, like go where the people are, and that's Steam, on PC at least. Like, but that's a good thing. Now we're gonna screw them over in every way possible.
Basically,
they screwed over the whole old player base who now sits in front
Are
of
they
the game.
Sony? Are they Sony wearing a mask? Are they Sony in disguise?
I mean, what the fuck does that have to do with them? If anything, that's Microsoft. But
No, I was meaning because Sony doing the whole PS, the PS account.
you know what? That was
PlayStation
account and
remotely
stuff
that's
like
the
that.
same.
Yeah,
I know, but
It's like, let's just be clear. Like, company comparisons are always very flawed. Like, you can be like, oh, is it this and this? And like, a lot of people still pull up EA nowadays, and it's just like, EA hasn't done anything people accuse them of in like a decade at this point. And it's just like, you know which company fits it to? Warner Brothers.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Those are more like that. It's not like, the rest is more like, yeah, you just sit there being like, holy shit, how did that happen? And you're like, okay, are those loot boxes paid? Yes, they are, apparently.
of course they are.
And you know what then? And you know what? I think I should just point out that yes, they also made minor graphical improvements that killed the performance.
By the way, I think I figured out what is wrong with Lanfang and why they're doing so poorly. They have 0 government admin.
Oh.
So in the territory that I just annexed at the start of this, I am actually building a government administration. Well, a couple of them that they can actually incorporate shit.
Wow.
Yeah, the
But
AI
yeah.
isn't that bright still.
Yeah, but also interestingly, what I want to point out is, yeah, that was just like bad. So like, I just sit there being like, it's kind of funny how there is never really like, I mean, a lot of Monster Hunter, competition. Like, you have a bunch of Japanese studios making them, and they fail due to various reasons. And sometimes I would say even like, it's a bit unfair because a lot of them seemed good. See, for example, Wild Hearts looked good. Wasn't it even this year or was it last year?
Oh no.
I don't know. Thing is, a bunch of them look good, but this one was just like, Dauntless just like a constant, how do you screw it up this badly? But then you read through the Steam comments and old-time players tell you they were apparently bought up by a cryptocurrency company, so lol.
That explains.
How the fuck do you do that?
Probably not that much investment in the game itself, or not having much foresight and going public.
Well, I do know that there was like a craze about going public. I think over the last decade or so, in a lot of industries, where it's like, oh, you have to go public if you want to be recognizable as a good company, and it's like, no, you don't.
You
And
don't.
no one
No,
actually
yeah.
think that.
I would actually argue that being public makes you less of a company.
Yeah.
Or like less respectable
I
as
mean,
a company.
There's a reason why, ironically, Ubisoft now wants to stop being public. I mean, okay, they have like, honestly, Ubisoft has like the shittiest year this time. You know what? We're here anyway. Like, we're in the final month of the year. We can start looking back at the year a little bit, and it's like, honestly, I feel a little bit bad for Ubisoft because, like, I can probably point towards why people and why shit didn't work out.
I don't, because I have no confirmation that they stop with the abusive shit.
I think they cleared up a bunch of studios, but that is,
It's still only them saying that, and you know.
I don't know. Maybe they just plugged the insider.
I mean,
holes
I haven't
better.
seen any bad articles about. I haven't seen any bad articles about them recently.
True.
Like the only articles I've seen about Ubisoft recently have just been stuff about like, oh, people are complaining about shadows or something, or like something else that's just not related to that.
It's
But
yeah,
that can be for at least two reasons.
yeah. Like the thing is,
Yeah,
if you look at if you really look at a lot of stuff, it's weird because you have like you have their releases this year, and Ubisoft, like, we can talk about the quality of those releases, but they weren't really like bad ones, I would say. Okay, it's just kind of wild to see a company sit down and be like, hey, we're releasing, a few, really good, like, not really good, but like, solid to good, single player only games this year. Even from, some big, like, a lot of people wanted in a Star Wars open world game for a long time, actually.
Yep.
Especially one that was, bounty hunter / smuggler themed. So, okay. What is going on here? Room?
Well, yeah.
I need some troops. We need to squash some people.
Oh god.
Oh, Ruben, yeah, this is your opportunity to annex some territory.
Yes, I know. Let me do this really quickly.
I think this was part of our discussion the other day.
Yeah, something like that.
Can I just look through some shit that I just don't make the biggest mistakes here? I could get Synth, I suppose.
I forget what I think the idea is that you go. Yeah, I think go after like the mid and small-sized states. I think is what it was, and then rely on Doctrine of Lapse for the larger ones.
So I should go for the Nasingpur and shit.
Yeah, like everything that's like a small state, go for it.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, someone should make sure they get in Maldives as well, because that's part of India.
Maldives, where's that?
South.
It's the green thing off to the southwest.
You know what
Yeah,
the
yeah,
Maldives
No,
are?
they're not part of me.
They should.
I mean, I
They
could invade
should
them.
they're supposed to be invaded at some point by either the British or the East Indies.
Yes, split state with Ceylon.
Yep. Also,
Ceylon
the
was British.
Danish have a treaty port or a piece of land, and it's just a piece of land. There's of course the French treaty port, the Portuguese treaty port, and then the Portuguese settlement in Gujarat.
Sorry.
And then there's Macron.
Kran.
Nice. Oh yeah, right. The Netherlands are a puppet of Brazil. I forgot.
Oh yeah. Look at all those Dutch people in Guyana. 125k Dutch people.
Okay, so the Confederates are joining up with the Mexicans to fight the United States.
That's something they changed. Normally the Brits and I think France are like positive to Mexico in relations, which is why we probably like have this small America thing.
Yeah.
That and we keep beating up on America ourselves.
Well, so historically, the British liked America not just because it was a former colony and just also like English-speaking country. They also imported boatloads of cotton from the U.S., which is why they leaned more towards the South initially, and why they stayed out of the Civil War completely is because morally they were on the side of the Union. Economically, they were on the side of the Confederates, who were willing to give a whole bunch of concessions to the British
Yeah.
regarding the cotton trade.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, the cotton
Point
trade
being-
was like...
Point being, next game, Mexico will probably be decimated a lot more.
Yeah.
Even though it looks like America is growing, maybe even winning this war.
Maybe, yeah. I mean, if they win,
If they can outlast Russia.
if they can hold on to any state that belongs to the Confederates, then they'll win.
no.
Because the Confederate
I'm talking about
victory. Oh well, yes. Well, Mexico. It depends on how long they hold out. Because the Confederate States is happening at the same time.
Mexico. Yeah.
Yes, actually no. So yeah, so it's the same war. So it depends on how long it takes for the because it's the same war. It's going to depend on how long it takes for the U.S. to take a single state off the Confederates. If they do that, then they'll win both wars. If they don't, then they may also lose the Mexico War. So is there an event for Japan to get a claim on Sakhalin? Or is-
Not that I know of, no.
Interesting, because they
But you colonize it.
No.
no, only Russia can, because Russia has a claim on it.
Well,
Used to be that there was a shared claim between Japan and Russia, but Japan would always colonize it initially. I think that there should be an event as soon as Russia starts to colonize Sakhalin. The Japanese should get an event asking if they want a claim on it.
Yeah, basically.
Okay, we can continue.
Then allow them to, and that would then allow them to colonize it at the same time, thus giving you the historical split state. Which is also a contention point of potential fights between Russia and Japan.
Fun times.
Alright, in 21 weeks, I will have the first government admin for Long Pong built. But I'm going to build 4 of them just so that they have, like,
Yeah.
so that they can actually afford to incorporate other stuff and do things. Because Langfang is, Borneo is not expensive, but it's not cheap.
I'm still
Really.
confused.
It's about,
What
it's a little under 100 for each state.
I'm still confused what kind of waiting fuckery had to be going on for Langfang to not build any of those.
Well, I don't think they start with one, and my guess is that they may have never considered it because of infrastructure, possibly.
Neither that, or they don't really calculate how much it would benefit them to integrate stuff in the
Yeah.
first place. Like AI doesn't integrate much anyway.
I think I not just
Well, I know
support. Goodness.
I know that the French and British are told to not integrate things until until something specific happens. And I think that some of that might be so like when the French or British have a civil war, that's when they'll start integrating like their islands.
Yeah, probably to prevent too much player fuckery.
Yeah.
No,
Yes, I need to do shit.
could you give me just something to offer support because I cannot unilaterally join.
Then, no, you know what, thing is, you just all have to wait for me now.
Can you just invite him for something?
No, it's...
Yeah.
Do you not see it under negotiate support and support unconditionally?
Nope, it's grayed out. Mysore is not an indirect subject of Great Britain. That's what it says.
Interesting.
Okay, weird. Anyway, I need to send...
Maybe you could. No, wait, Maldives isn't involved. I was going to say maybe offer to annex Maldives. You could offer to annex something.
No, it's fine.
Then
I don't
you hand
really
it back.
want anything. Yeah, I could hand it back, but it's
Yeah.
just so that I can actually join in and help you.
Yeah, like you should be involved in this play.
Yeah,
That's why that's what I was proposing as a little workaround there.
I don't think I can actually invite you to anything with that. I don't have
Hover
enough.
over it? Oh, did you use all your diplomatic stuff?
Yes.
Oh,
because
yes, you did.
I'm supposed to annex shit. And the thing is, stop.
Not stop.
I will simply split the armies. It's a fuck ton of work. You all have to bear with that now.
I'm just telling you, like, next time, keep some maneuvers for Ruben. No wonder he can't join.
What I've learned is always keep at least some maneuvers left, like 20 maneuvers left, until you're about to lock everything in.
Yeah, or just start with them when you're
Yeah.
inviting people and the rest.
Because sometimes another person that you like, another country that you may want to get a piece of, might join in for whatever reason.
I can
And-
offer military assistance.
Yeah, that would be something.
I will say, Ethiopia, that colonization, like the way that it looks, is crazy.
True.
It
You've
is.
got like this
Love
tiny little board on one side of a lake.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I love it.
that's-
It's so silly.
That's river expansion for you.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
that's my like herniation.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, wait, I need to get something. I'm back in a second.
You sure you want to not micro that
no.
war?
Yes, I want to. I'm not just.
War's not started just yet.
Sure.
Oh god.
Well then, welcome back. Have your energy drink.
Yes.
Oh, the Catholic Party has formed with
I
zero
don't know if
political
I have
strength.
anything in terms of. Let's just look. Do we have? I mean, capitalists are.
Capitalist.
They still have slaves.
What?
Yeah, because yeah, right. I can't. I mean, I have 2k, so it's
What the
Others
fuck
are
are
more.
you talking about?
First, Livingston asks if there's a significant amount of capitalist pops.
No.
No, you won't probably get that in India.
Yeah, India has way too many rural farmers and
Yeah.
rural folk.
Unless you make a really optimal playthrough, no.
Like the only way that you're going to get a lot of industrialist clout is if you keep the political power to the English, and thus the English will get a majority of English will become capitalists in your.
Yeah, Ruben, if
in
you're
India.
sending troops,
You
send them.
can't.
You can't.
Can't.
You have fucked
Because
up.
you used up all. We just talked about this.
I thought this was.
Indirect. puppet
You
thing.
have
it's-
no maneuvers left, thus he
That's
can't
just-
join.
As I said, it's grayed out because Mysore is not an indirect subject of Great
Yeah.
Britain.
Yep.
That's the thing that's blocking it. Also on the other side, that it was on the tooltip there as well.
Yeah, that's one thing, and she has only 9 maneuvers. I don't think there's a war goal for 9 maneuvers left.
As long as you're just good about like annexing the small stuff immediately, or like knocking them out of the war, you'll gradually whittle them down.
Yeah, I guess to a degree, but it's
So it's okay.
annoying.
It's okay if you're losing or negative on some fronts for
Yeah.
a little bit of time,
Mm,
as long as you have the opportunity to consolidate.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, India is like, if you want lots of industrialists, like capitalist pop specifically, you need to play really, really optimally in that regard. Like getting
Yeah.
independence real fast. Ideally supplanting Britain in a power block.
Yeah, fair.
And then just having a shit ton of construction. Then you may be getting enough.
I have 16 construction.
Nice.
Yay. Ooh, optimal sunlight in Uganda. Nice.
Apparently, I'm building a railway in Dainam. That's apparently profitable.
I mean, you can rename it, but like, that should be, that's actually true. Livingston asked if India supplants Britain in the power block, does it switch
doesn't
from?
matter. Your power block is called what your power
Yeah,
block
I
is
know,
called.
I know. That's the thing.
You can
have to-
change it if you're the leader, I think. So in
mean-
that regard, you can change it, but it won't change automatically.
It's still the British Empire. It just depends on what British person is ruling it,
Yeah.
I guess.
Yeah, and
The Anglo-Indian Empire.
I mean, you can, as India, technically, if you manage to stay in the bloc. I don't know if that's possible. I haven't tried that yet. And supplant Britain.
So
you could protectorate them because it's an empire after a while, and technically annex them, and then you could found England.
Yeah,
so
true.
they need to be at they if they're at the prestige level that they can't be protectorated at all. Like
Yeah.
then you can't use the subject thing. So if they're still I think still major power counts. But definitely, if they're a great power, you cannot subjugate them.
You would still need to well, first of all, they would need to be release Ireland and Scotland and stuff.
Yeah.
You need some wars against them, which you can. The power block doesn't prevent you.
Also, Victoria moment. Yay! I now have racial segregation.
Better
Picky
than
moment.
Always fun.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'm enacting cultural exclusion.
Very nice.
Yeah.
Alright, I already conquered a lot of stuff.
Looks like the war in India is going decently.
Yeah, it wasn't that hard. It was just a lot of small shit because
Yeah.
too many fronts.
Yeah.
Well,
It really
the
makes
smaller ones, I don't know.
management difficult.
Yeah. I mean, I just tried to look if I can still get 1 billion under the current patch and did China playthrough. That was a lot of armies.
Oh yeah, should we talk about the whole American healthcare related thingy?
I mean, you know what?
I guess
It's
it happened.
It's a thing. I
Yeah.
think we are definitely going down the cyberpunk sort of path, you know. Corporal wars.
shot to the heart, and who's to blame? The American healthcare system is a bad game.
So what's happening is there's a bit of extra like lore and stuff going on around all of this. So I guess we start with the initial incident, the shooter, well, the assassination. So guy clearly knows where the camera is, chooses to do the shooting in front of the camera anyways, with the angle. Possibly because that's the one that he thinks that's the one camera, and so I can control the angle well and hide out in this spot until the guy comes by. There's and guy seems to have stolen a bike, ridden down to Central Park. Changes out of clothes and disappears from Central Park.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
beyond that, on the shell casings for the bullets that
Yeah.
were fired at the CEO was engraved, I believe it was deny
Deny
Dispute, delay.
something. The
Yeah.
stuff they do.
Deny dispute
Yeah.
delay, which is the title of a book that has been touted as the it's been touted as the like operational like the
Modus operandi.
modus operandi of the insurance industry for the last decade at least.
Yeah.
And so this is very clearly a assassination.
They wanted to be
It's
seen.
either a statement or it's revenge,
Yeah. Something
Yeah.
along those lines, probably.
and it
Yeah.
can also be both.
Yeah. We don't know in the end.
But, yeah.
So
Yeah.
We won't know until the guy is caught, and even then we
If-
may not find out.
if any at all.
Yes.
Like
It's
the thing
very
is,
Now
like,
there's Now there's a good side and there's a bad side to this. Like so, now I'm actually not even gonna phrase it like that. There are two different results basically. Either he gets caught or he doesn't get caught.
yeah.
If he doesn't get caught, then most likely there's not going to be much more narrative about all of this. It's just going to fade
Unless-
into history, and there's not going to be much more discussion about it.
Unless you get copycat
Yeah.
situations.
Yeah.
In which
You should be
case,
so lucky.
in which case that may lead down into a different direction, which I'm not too sure anyone.
Yeah,
I
because,
don't
like-
think that would be good for anyone.
Yeah, I mean, it's understandable that people pressured and radicalized enough would do
Yeah.
this.
Like,
And right
Yes.
now, we have, at least for, let's say it in Wiki 3 terms, a more positive outcome for the lower strata. But the more it gets popularized to just shoot people who you do not agree with, we might also get much unfavorable outcomes.
yeah, like, I mean, this was, I mean, the thing is, just to point out the obvious, if your job is, like, if you're literally having a job that incentivizes to, how's it called, make money by letting people die,
Basically.
because that's the thing, denying coverage kills people.
Kills people.
It kills
Yeah.
people. We need to be
One
very
US
clear about
healthcare
that.
Live
group
murder.
literally on the day announced that they would stop covering anesthesia after
they
a
rolled it
certain
back.
amount of time.
So
They
Ruben,
rolled it
I'm
back.
going to get into that in a moment.
Okay.
So, yeah, I'm going to get into that in a moment, because that is a part of this whole narrative and story. So the thing is, in my opinion, the best result for the average person is if this guy gets caught.
Mm-hmm.
And I understand where people are coming from on the internet, saying like, "Oh, we're never going to snitch," or "This guy shouldn't get caught," or "We need to protect this guy." It's, in the first place, ultimate, like, facts. This guy is a murderer,
True.
and
Yeah.
I'm not too thrilled about the idea of having someone who's willing to murder for whatever reason still on the streets. So that's a perspective on there.
Mhm.
The other thing is, I do not believe that there will become a narrative about about the problems of the insurance industry, as well as the other issues surrounding this incident. I don't believe that it will become mainstream media narrative until this guy is caught, because
Could be, yeah.
the media is not like to speculate. They will speculate as little as possible until they have something firm to grasp on. At a minimum, they need the guy's identity to try and piece things together of like why this happened, because they don't have a story until they do have that information.
I mean,
But if the guy is caught, then they can spend plenty of time talking about this, because they're going to have narratives about who is this guy, telling people why this happened, and then they're going to come back to it later when the guy is sentenced.
I mean,
I think there's going to be more media narrative about this subject.
I mean,
The guy
to a
is
degree,
eventually-
that is probably that is also similar to what happened in how's it called, Japan. Like, one of the big reasons why I'd say, the shooter
Yeah.
basically got everything he wanted was,
Yeah.
we knew why he did it.
or at least we can
Yeah.
guess.
I mean,
Yeah.
he kind of said it out loud.
Yeah,
like,
he said it explicitly.
he basically was like, "No, this is why I did it," and then everyone's like, "Oh, yeah, maybe we should
actually makes sense.
maybe we should look into that to the point that, it's kind of interesting to still say, yeah, the guy got everything he wanted. The whole Shinzo Abe faction just disintegrated in less than a
I
year.
mean, the guy in Japan. Yeah, okay. Sure.
Yeah, and yeah, so on that point, you know what? That's probably the I can agree with that. Like,
With
yeah,
what?
with that if we know who and why, that, like, right now it is speculation. We can probably guess why. The bullets are kind of a good indication in and of itself. But it's not that it's not that we have a clear picture. Like, if we actually know who it was and let's actually put it out, I think it would definitely help to a big degree, just being like, okay, this was why. I'd say, yeah, that would probably help on that. But also, it is, as I said, the logical outcome to a lot of that things, because you can't go around and have a system where people have to choose to either be bankrupt,
In debt.
indebted for life, or never indebted for life, or deal with companies that hate you.
No, they don't hate you, but
I mean, they hate you to a degree. They want you to not
companies. No,
Okay, I want to say they don't give you money.
They don't hate you.
It's worse.
It's not. So this is the whole thing. It's not personal. It's business. That's
It's
what
business,
It is.
yeah.
which
They,
is
they don't care
think
about
that's the
it. They
problem
don't
with
see
the-
you as anything other than a source of money.
yeah, which is worse.
Yeah, I mean that's actually that's worse. Like the thing is, you want.
If anything, this shooting makes it personal
Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean that's probably also
because
one of the things.
it's the people who got hurt by the company making this personal.
Yeah.
And that is, I think, where you might end up seeing. And so this is going on to what I was saying about him being caught. This, I think, also allows more visible pressure to be put onto lawmakers.
Yeah, but, like that was failed the most. Let's just be very clear here. They failed the most. Like the thing is, Medicaid, universal health care, all of that has been on the table for years. Everyone knows that the situation in the USA is bad. Like, it is bad for, like, millions of people. And the thing is, if you have a country where people are, like, getting, simple shit like antibiotics and stuff, or like just treatment, puts you in debt, but you can still buy a gun. Yeah, that's I mean, the thing is, it was inevitable to a degree. It was to a degree inevitable. This isn't like, oh, should or should not. It's like one person would have at some point.
That's fair.
And yeah, what popped up in a big which streamers most closely? I mean, I don't know. Listen, I'm a streamer, and I'm not making money off it. Like I'm basically low. I'm a subsistence farmer.
Engagement
I think-
farmer.
Yeah, true. Oh, actually, that's a good mod idea. It's just, yeah, I'm just like, we knew that this was going to happen at some point. Like, hell, even with other countries, when we talk about shit like, for example, dental care. Like, I live in a country where dental care is actually guaranteed. Because
There is one condition technically.
I mean, there's one condition, but also like that condition is more like is less, to
Just say what the condition.
basically they want you to go to the dentist twice a year, just so the dentist can look
Same
at your
here.
teeth.
Yeah.
Same here.
Yep.
Yeah, it's like, oh wait, but then they can cut your money. Yeah, but like going twice a year to the dentist and you have to pay nothing for it, just so they take a look at this, and then they cover everything else that happens.
I do still have to pay every time I go.
Oh,
Like, it
Sad.
is like maybe depends on the insurance company, but also like it is still. It means that if I do have to get like actual dental care, I think that's covered. Like I had my wisdom teeth taken out. I don't think I had to pay anything for that because that was covered.
Yeah, that's
So
good.
it's just
Yeah, no,
Routine
here it
type-
is.
Work is probably covered.
Yeah, here, like just the checkup is also covered because the insurance companies are like, listen, if you check up twice a year, if something happens, we know you did nothing wrong. Like, you checked. We could, because the thing is, that's actually the genius part of the German system. Like, it's like, yes, this is to a degree personal responsibility, but also it's preventative care because they're like, listen, if something comes up, we will catch it with that. if you
Yeah.
if
Means
you
the
have-
insurance companies have to pay less.
Yeah, that's the thing. They just realized, if they because in every other that's the funniest bit. How the system right now is, a checkup that's cheap. We just pay everyone twice a checkup per year, and so they usually catch small bits. The most expensive stuff is stuff like I think braces it's called for children and shit.
Mm-hmm.
But like,
Yeah.
oh no.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, you
Gotta fix those teeth. That said, I will say braces for a lot of kids, I would say, is at a point where it's probably almost a necessary expense rather than a cosmetic expense, because having your teeth in proper order does improve your dental hygiene.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, and it may
abilities. So it's
also may prevent pain.
very valuable.
If
pain,
they-
misgrowth.
Yeah.
Like shit. Okay, shit. I can count that that I needed to have done orally, just so I can now sit here and speak, actually well. And this is all shit, by the way, that I could do nothing for. I can brush my teeth as much as I want. My wisdom teeth would have still grown out sideways. So yeah, small heads up. Oral shit can be a bit oof. Anyway,
Yeah.
shit that had to be done on my for me. First of all, I needed to have braces because I needed it. Like my teeth had to be just straightened out. And even then the last ones still kind of moved to the side because apparently I guess they were loosened a little bit too early or not, but basically the dentists are like, it's fine, they don't do shit now. But still, first of all that. Second, I needed braces to bring my jaw forward because it was too far back. Again, I was unable to do anything about that. Also, my tongue, never separated from my jaw. Never fully separated.
The band you have under
The
your
thing, the little bit of, skin. So that had to be surgically, just cut through so I, could have my tongue. And you're like, oh, wait, is that a big problem? It actually is because it, it's not just a small thing that you can just, pull your tongue out. It also does shit like speech impediment, like you have problems speaking maybe, like especially more complex stuff because your tongue would be glued to your your jaw. Also, when it's tucked to your jaw, usually the tongue presses a little bit against your front teeth. You don't think about that because this is a normal thing the tongue will do, if it's fully separated, and that actually, kind of keeps your lower jaw teeth in a bit of a better shape naturally. So yeah, that had to be fixed. Also another thing, so my lower jaw and upper jaw are too small. So my canines had to be removed. That there was enough, that there was enough space actually that the teeth could line up, and not just go sideways. That's a thing, by the way, my mom had. Like I had that from her. Like that's just a genetic thing. Her teeth are like a little bit, and she has braces now. Like she's 40 to 50. I think she's 50 and has braces because dentists were like, yeah, like actually you need to fix that. And just that had to be done. And then at the very end, yes, my wisdom teeth grew sideways. So they had to also be surgically removed. That's all shit. That would have fucked up my jaw and my dental hygiene and everything if it wasn't fixed. And I could do nothing against that. Nothing. That's just my that was just how I was born. at some point you need to ask, why isn't that covered?
Yeah.
But the answer to that is very simple. Because, you know, companies do not want to spend any money.
Oh, there is a part of this where I'd say that there's probably just a lack of there was at one point a lack of understanding of the importance of it.
Oh, true,
at least from the onset. So that's probably the initial reason why it was more considered cosmetic at first. This is pretty standard within a lot of medical insurance fields. Is that basically
Almost always.
we realize that something that feels cosmetic may not actually be purely
Oh, yeah.
cosmetic. And so industry will naturally lag behind research. Naturally.
I mean, to a degree, I
The
would
problem
say...
is that there's also an issue with the industry itself in that they want their for profit. They want to make money. And so they are going to fight they're often going to fight tooth and nail for every penny, depending on how.
Yeah, I mean, it's also more the thing of they're kind of incentivized to not actually listen to, you know, science, because a good example is that if you, for example, compare, you know, the German system, which does this like for a long time already, like a long time, and because again, their idea is if you spend early and preventative, you will save money down the line. That is the idea here. This is one reason why, for example, a lot of, you know, if you're working at a company, you know, I had like one job at a company, Michelin actually, ironically, and I got ill. Like I wasn't even feeling that. I was just like, and like my boss at the time came to me and was like, "Oh yeah, the temperature's a bit up. You could go fucking home." I was like, "What? You go fucking home? You get like, you know, from your doctor, you're ill, and then you stay the next days at home and cure that shit out." And I was like, but I could. He's like, "No, you have to drive. You drive now while you still can. Don't be a burden to people and don't infect people." Like, there's a big mentality here on you should stay healthy, but you know, and not like, you know, being healthy is valued more, and that's
Pretty nice.
That's pretty nice, yes. Isn't it? Isn't that nice? Is the USA a corporatocracy? I wouldn't say it. It's more an oligarchy, but I mean, yeah, it's
Most countries are.
yeah.
US more than like
I mean,
many states with Europe.
So here's the thing: when you're making that kind of generalization,
It's
you need to think: Are you talking about how the laws are structured?
No.
Or are you talking about how things
who
are
who has the
it ends up
most
operating?
Oligarchy describes basically how power is distributed.
And like in the USA, a lot of like individual rich people have a lot of influence. That's the thing. The thing is, I would say, ironically, and this is what I give to them, I'd say a lot of corporations in the USA, I mean, they fucked a lot of shit up, and especially after Reagan, they really were like, hey, we really can just bend shit to how we want it to be.
I would say if we're looking at the global scale too, though, we're considering, like, I wouldn't necessarily consider the U.S. as regressive as oligarchy is stated in this game. I'd say it's more along the lines of wealth coding, or somewhere in between the two. Maybe technology.
I mean, yeah, you could say Russia is more an oligarchy, but that's like,
yeah,
that's kind of the big
although
obvious
at this
one.
point Russia has become more of an autocracy at this point.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
there is no major country that has ever been a true technocracy.
Yeah.
Hmm.
So it's like this is why I say, so it's the whole thing about like the ultra wealthy that have power. That's why I say that it's more along the lines of wealth voting than not, because it's not just talking about, oh, you pay $20 to vote. It's more like,
that's
oh, you have a crap ton of money. That's like increasing your
but
value
in
the
normal
eyes of
political
people that are
terms,
elected.
that's generally understood as being an oligarchy when a group of people have power that
Yeah.
are not the majority.
Yeah,
it's
although
a
I
bit
think
hard,
that this doesn't qualify as a group because there's a wider array of people that have wealth.
Yes.
Yeah, but it's more like,
And being part of the group of people having lots of money is a group.
then again, now it's like,
But that's a problem pretty much every country has.
yeah, it's more or less like, it depends, like,
It's like where do we draw the line between wealth voting and oligarchy? That's the problem.
I don't think wealth voting in like real world political terms would be anything close to what we discuss right now. Because that would be your example about pay $20 to vote.
I mean, the thing is, let's just be really, everything in practice usually ends up being different than, well, if you make a rough outline. Like, I
And
mean,
more
we can say that in like wealthy individuals have disproportional influence on political decisions in the USA.
Yeah.
Much more so than in other countries. Like, for example, it's not like, for example, in Germany, a lot of rich people try to have influence, but also, let me just put it like this, a lot of NGOs topple shit here, like, on the daily basis to a degree. Like, a lot of organized groups are very influential here, and, like, working class organized groups. Also, the Supreme Court, oh god, they stopped so much shit in its tracks.
What if you turn voting into a like a literal lottery? Like everybody paid like £1 to vote, but like
What?
Like how
let's
many?
say 5 voters,
So there are only 5
like
votes.
£1 to vote. No, you only got 1 vote per person, but everybody who voted would be entered into a lottery, and well, let's say every person who votes
So
has to
basically-
pay £1 or something like that.
Basically, everyone gets
And
one
5
ticket.
people.
You say.
Yeah, basically 1 ticket.
Well, it would probably
To sort of encourage, because there's a lot of people who just, for understandable reasons, don't vote at all.
I would
Like turnout in the recent Irish election was pretty poor,
I
and that was literally just last week.
I presume
So
that would
there are countries. Yeah.
I presume that would lead to people like trying to steal other people's tickets or something.
I mean,
Well,
I wouldn't even...
There are countries where voting is mandatory by law.
Yeah, but doing it in an incentive way is a lot better, because Australia's approach, like the fact they will fine you 500 Aussie dollars for not voting, that's
I mean, let me just put it like this.
I don't agree with that.
The
Maybe do
problem
it
is
the other
more
way
like-
around. Like you get something when you vote.
I think the big problem is
Also,
less like, how do you...
to go back to the whole issue of like wealth voting specifically, like especially as it is in Victoria, is a historical thing where like the rich and powerful were just straight up given more votes, and that is something that is not the case anymore. So like strict wealth voting doesn't really exist anymore. Like to a degree, like here in the Netherlands, then we still have like hereditary nobility. They have like no real power or influence anymore. But if you are of noble birth, you get 2 votes. Instead, like your vote counts for 2 instead of 1. That's the only remnant of that, and if there are so few of them that effectively it's meaningless. But like that's the kind of thing that wealth voting is, and that's not the case in the US
Yeah.
or
I mean,
anywhere really.
I mean, the thing...
I
what
was
want to-
talking more along the lines of like a representative sense than a actual legal sense in regards to like the influence that people wield.
Yes, you were
It's,
talking about voting specifically while we're talking about power, basically.
Also, hello, Mercy Twitch. It would result in rich people getting blackmailed to vote instead of them having more clout with voting. I mean, yeah, I think the big problem here is like when we look at the idea, the thing with turnout and voting is that I mean, the problem with voting is that it just comes down to, fatigue is what they use as a word, but it's more like disinterest. Like, people need a reason to vote, then they will do it. Like, if you, for example, look at recent elections where, for example, it was like, actually, look, the far right is rising, and suddenly, turnout in more liberal and progressive parties, like and also, voter participation rose. You can also squander that. No, that's not the. That's, kind of look at the recent election in the USA for that. Also, look up Soft Girl. The thing is, I think that this comes down incentivizing or forcing people to vote doesn't really mean anything, because the worst case is that they would not think about when they would put their vote. They would just put their cross at the first one to do, because that's ironically a problem we have here in Germany that was noted, because old people in pension homes, they still by law are allowed to vote. And
Well, you'd
but
have
like
a lot of people that are voting off name
can I
recognition
end out?
also.
And the thing is, a lot of them
Yeah.
just can't vote anymore because they have dementia or just don't care because old. So a lot of personnel at the at the pension homes just fill it out for them, because it's like said you should do that. Else else they could technically be, I think, kind of be like, oh, you prevented them from voting, which is like their legal right and shit. So, and a lot of the workers, they don't care. They just cross the first thing, and that is usually conservatives. So in pension homes, the conservatives have a really high turnout, even in very leftist areas, because a lot of the pension workers just filling that out are just like, done. That's the thing. If people don't care, they will just usually pick the first option. It's not really an improvement then, is it? It's like, again...
Are you sure it's not because they would vote conservative?
They'll either pick the first option, or they'll go with whatever is the most recognizable name.
Yeah.
Which is usually an incumbent. And that's how you get things like Angela Merkel constantly coming back.
Okay, honestly, Merkel was just also
not
really
entirely,
popular here.
but... yeah, that... Besides the point. Besides that, that is a problem that we've actually seen a lot in the U.S., is that people get into office based off of their name recognition. Trump, for example, is a clear example of this. And part of this is being able to trust a name that you a more public name.
Yeah.
And another part of this is, if you don't know enough, then if you don't know much, you're gonna go with the thing that you know a little bit more about, which is
Generally, yeah.
that one person that you've heard of before. You're like, oh, maybe they'll be okay. Which is why I'm not too thrilled about the concept of forcing people to vote, like making it a law for that.
Yeah.
And also, there's another thing where this is the American in me. No one should ever have to pay to vote. Never.
Yeah.
That
should
never
not be
be
a
a
case.
pullback.
That should not be.
Because we had a little thing called Jim Crow laws.
Yeah.
I mean, if you want people to
Which
vote,
was explicitly to, it was laws that were explicitly to disenfranchise based on a racial basis, but through a economic sense.
yeah, if you
Like,
discriminate
there
against
was-
people, they have
That's a lot.
generally less money.
Like, weren't there laws specifically based on a spelling test or something like that, or?
Yeah, so there were spelling tests, there were poll taxes, there were count the number of beans in the jar, or it was there was so much absurd shit going on with those laws.
It's
And so that's
Should
also
not be
part
the
of why they
case.
got struck down so quickly.
If anything,
Although I say quickly.
if you want to incentivize voting, you should maybe put an incentive on voting, not a penalty on not voting. That's psychologically generally better liked.
it's like
Like what I said.
People
Yes.
need to have an emotional reason, because that's the thing. You can say a lot of things that are logical, but in the end, people need to have an emotional feeling that their vote matters. This is why, again, you see turnouts like, hey, we have a problem with right-wingers, so a lot of people are like, maybe we should push against that.
Like against what history tried to see as reality. People are generally not rational actors.
it's
Nope.
You can talk about people like raising their standard of living and describing a system. They agree with everything, and then you say what it is, a universal basic income, for example, and then you're the communist terror or something.
yeah.
Because people aren't rational.
I mean, it's to a similar degree. When we talk about popularity, one interesting thing was, so remember when like 10 years ago, Egypt and co had like revolutions. That happened
Arab
for
Spring?
a bit. Yeah, Arab Spring. So the thing is, for example, that how's it called? The thing is that, for example, after the Egyptian dictator stepped down, there were elections, and then a lot of people realized, oh shit, the Muslim Brotherhood is gonna win, and they were like, yeah, and people were like, why do they win? Why do people want to do that now? And ironically, they themselves just said out. It's like, yeah, most of the revolution was in Cairo and shit, where it mattered. But the thing is, Egypt isn't just Cairo. And in all the rural areas and all the other countries, which organization was mostly there, talked and helped the people. So when they were suddenly in front of, a lot of the rural folk were like in front of, a vote, were there to vote, and were like, oh, who should I vote for? They were like, I don't know this party, I don't know this party. Okay, at least that name I recognize. It's like...
Yep, that's also why why the U.S. has struggled in the Middle East in the past, and we just got around to figuring things out and like how to make people friendly to us,
Not coup them.
to be friendly to them
First.
and support them. Yeah, and so that was why, in some manners, the methodology, like the way in which we left Afghanistan, is why everything collapsed. Part of that. And it's also why things have been going so well with some of our Middle Eastern allies. We are actually going around and helping support a lot of these villages and people in rural areas
And then
that
suddenly,
may have been abandoned by their government.
yeah, and then it's like, oh, suddenly people like you if you help them. It's like shocking revelations.
Yeah, believe it or not, there's a generally positive view of the U.S. in a lot of in a lot of places in the Middle East that aren't necessarily talked about on the news. Part of the reason why is because they're not
Didn't get bombed to shit.
they're not being bombed to shit. They're being protected from local warlords, and
If nothing happens. Nothing to...
and the organizations that want tribute from them, like those kinds of things. And so these people, they receive aid. They meet soldiers that patrol the area, and they're like, oh, yeah, these people are all right.
It's like
They're not interfering with
yeah,
our
it's like it's just like there's a lot of things that go into that, but like that's why I want to say
there
that
is a lot
if
more.
you want
I am
to
generalizing a lot. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, again, when we talk about stuff like who would how do you get people to vote, it does come down to the fact that you need incentivization to vote, but not in the sense of monetary or something. Like, people need to have, again, the emotional really basis feeling that they're like, okay, this matters actually.
For example, that they actually have a
most
choice to be
monetary
represented.
reward-
Because, like...
the most monetary reward for voting that we can offer is the economic policy side.
Yeah.
That's the most that you can do. And the problem is that a lot of people aren't well informed enough about how economic policy works,
That's like...
or what is going to be good for them. This is the whole tariff issue in the U.S.
Oh,
right
yeah.
now.
By the way, Holstein Anarchist Revolt. That flag.
Oh, yeah.
That's one hell of a flag. Boy, howdy. I think the thing is just that I'd say also ironically that the US, probably to a degree, has also some problems in that regard, that might not be that obvious in first glance, because if you, for example, look at, I mean, for example, you have the idea of, oh, you can actually, you have the preliminaries, so in the party you can vote for the candidates, but like, I think that probably backfired a bunch of times, because here's the thing, again, for a lot of people it comes down to, is it worthwhile for me to vote? And if you then, for example, look at, like, remember Bernie?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can guarantee you almost that a lot of his supporters didn't vote later on, because for them it was like, they were rallied behind Bernie Sanders, who then got kicked out of the vote by, organized efforts.
Reasons.
Oh, there was a whole Bernie or bust movement.
Yeah,
Well, that's understandable, because he was basically the only candidate to represent some stances and laws that the Democratic Party as a whole does not share.
yeah, and like the thing is that like the end, especially, the reason why Biden won to a degree was in the end because they said the option is another 4 years of Trump, but also the thing is that Bernie voters were like, yeah, he got people emotionally invested in voting, and like, okay, like, this guy matters, he does things. And then let me just put it out like this was a big fumble, because like there's nothing easier to get that emotional feeling away if suddenly, like, sorry, it's another candidate that does that promises different things, will you still vote for him?
The answer is obviously no.
That answer is usually not. That answer is usually no. That's not really. It's not helpful, even if in the end, then people were like, oh, we should pull against her. But then also, like, during the Hillary vote, a lot of them probably were also like, Trump won't win anyway. Like, how can that guy win?
I now have freedom of conscience.
Oh, that's good. Nice. Yeah, that's just... Oh, God. Politics. What a wonderful thing to talk about.
Not to mention, there's also... So this is actually, I think, this is probably not very well known outside of the U.S. It's called down ballot voting. There's down ballot voting, and then there's split ballot voting. It's essentially where people will... So, for example, in the recent election, people would vote for Trump in the national stage.
Yeah,
but they would vote for things like abortion protections and maybe a Democrat, or in some case, or whatever. They would vote for whatever compromise.
They basically vote for the
their
interests
local
in policies, but in like presidential stuff, kind of against their own interest.
And so, for example, a better example I would say would be the previous national election 4 years ago, where people voted for Biden, but they would vote for a Republican in their local elections for senator or House representative. That's why the Republicans maintained control of the House, is because people who voted for Biden because they didn't want to vote for Trump voted for Republicans in their local elections, because they wanted something to counteract they wanted some resistance to protect them from anything that Biden might do that might not be good for them locally. But the problem with that is that, so in a normal political scene, that might work. That might be beneficial in a certain sense. But the problem is that in the current reality of everything, it won't work, because politicians have become so heel and toe in line with the party policy that they never veer off of the party policy in order to do something that protects their constituents. They will allow the party to throw their constituents to the curbside if it because the parties will often hold back support for the next election from that member, or they will allow for non-incumbents within the party to challenge that seat.
I mean,
and get
also,
support.
at least on the Republican side, like, the whole Trump movement kind of hollowed it out. Just like it's not like a lot of what they talk about is just even reasonable anymore. So like,
Yeah.
and it's
There is also the Trump brain rot to take into consideration with all of this. That is true.
yeah. I mean, the Trump brain rot, or in Britain, it's like the transphobia brain rot. It's just,
Yeah, it's pretty big, isn't it?
yeah. I think the most depressing part of that is just that when you look at some the fact that there's basically just like one small transphobia group of a few people with like lots of influence that just spread this shit constantly, and then it gets parroted by people. It's like, the fuck, actually. Like, you think there should be, but like, hey, it's not like, France now made like a really big peer-reviewed study, like, because they were like, okay, let's look into it, and they just, basically found the exact opposite of the Cass report, obviously. And a similar thing is also incoming in Germany, which is like, yeah, obviously. Everyone who isn't fully in the dumb, culture war brain rot, they usually end up, I mean, that's probably the wildest part, how much they usually end up at more reasonable conclusions about everything.
General, I guess. Yeah.
I mean, also a big thing. Oh, I wanted to go with that.
I have no idea.
I don't know. I really do not know anymore. I kind of forgot that. That sucks.
The train
Either
of
way,
thought
there's
is
a
not
lot
the
of
station and derailed.
the key point is that there's a lot of nuance to the way that elections need to be handled, and I don't think that there's anyone that's really got it down perfectly yet.
Democracy is
That said, there is no overall perfect thing.
democracy is an ongoing struggle, as every
Yeah.
every
Yeah.
project worthwhile. So
That's
It's the
definitely-
least worst option.
Yeah, like that's the thing. We really need to
Well,
just accept the fact
it,
that
it depends on who you're asking. There are certainly people who are like, no, I don't want democracy, assuming they get to call the shots.
yeah, true. That is very much true.
Yeah, as everything, it's a matter of perspective. Like, if you believe battery acid is good for you, then battery acid is good for you. You won't live long to proclaim that truth to the world, but
I mean, there are a lot of people who thought ivermectin is good for them. And even when they wore diapers and shit themselves, they were like, no, this is working.
no, that's sunken cost fallacy at that point.
I mean, yeah, that's true.
You bought the shit, you bought the diapers. What are you going to do? Admit you're
Are
wrong?
you're gonna admit you're wrong? You're gonna really go on the internet and be like, guys, I think this ivermectin thing, not a
Might-
good plan.
might not be the best idea we ever had.
Might be cringe even. No, you don't do that. You gotta shit yourself in your to own the lips or something.
Yeah. Shit your pants for Trump.
God.
Yeah.
Like, it truly is that, right? It truly just is that. Shit your pants for Trump.
Well, isn't that? That's just an example.
Ah, God. You know what? Can we just talk about something funny then?
I mean, you. Brought it up.
Assad possibly getting deposed eventually pretty soon.
Yes, yes. Also,
What?
interesting.
Finally.
You didn't notice that the Syrian rebel groups are now like because Russia pulled away support and shit that
No, I have missed this news.
Yeah.
Actually,
Have you?
they took.
They've took over
Well-
Aleppo. They've took over Homs. Next is Hama, and then it's Damascus. There's basically one road from Aleppo to Damascus, and there's 4 big cities on it. The rebels currently hold 2, and are on their way to the 3rd.
Yeah. Which group of rebels? Because there's like 3 groups or whatever.
There are 12.
HRT.
Yeah,
There were 12. They're working together right now. The HRT is one of them.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's basically
Okay.
the Free Syrian Army and like a lot of them. Like, from what I
Okay.
from what I know, it's basically like it's a wide spectrum from like leftists, liberals, and also some Islamic groups, but.
Yeah.
Even
but
those are less like. Let me put it like this: they
they
are less
basic-
radical than the usual ones, I'd say.
Yeah, they're basically in a coalition into reinstating democracy. That's at least
Yeah.
what they say.
And,
How that will turn out, if there will be backstabbing or something, who knows?
that's a good question. It's still kind of interesting to see how a group that was basically founded by Al Qaeda and then was like, no, fuck Al Qaeda, we are different. Women should be able to study and go to university, and they liberalized a lot, I'd say. But like I think this was also kind of it was probably a necessary thing because when you burn churches and then you're like, fuck, we have a lot of minorities we should probably have support from. So now they're more like, no, okay, wait, you know what? Let's turn that back. We're pro-Christians and pro-Jewish people now, and like, okay, at least they have been that for the past decade or so. So it's
Yeah, but I'd say that this is a good step. This is a step in a good direction. I'd say.
Yeah.
I mean, the thing is, Assad had to go in some form. That's just the case.
Yeah.
Like, that guy was.
Well, if there is someone that even Trump, if there's a dictator that Trump hates, it's Assad.
I mean, Assad
And
is
I guess
hated
we can get behind
I
everywhere.
knows he exists.
I mean, I know a lot of people try to spin
What I'm
it
trying
now
to say is
as-
that if Trump is at the point where he doesn't support a dictator, then that's a sign that the dictator is really, really bad.
Or he said something mean.
Yeah.
Usually.
One or the other.
Yeah, it's like,
Yeah.
I mean, I know some people were like, oh no, if Assad is down, what would that say for, Palestine and stuff, but like, Assad cleared the biggest Palestinian refugee camp in Syria to get, to sell it off.
He's no supporter of Palestinians.
Yeah, that's the thing. There's a difference between being anti-Israel and pro-Palestine. There's a very, very big difference between those two
Yeah,
things.
and the reason why you're anti-Israel.
And from
Yeah.
like because I mean Israel is occupying the Golan Heights, which, let me just be clear here, if Assad is gone, they should still move away from that position. But like, yeah, the thing is, from what I know, even people in Palestine hate Assad. Like, the guy is hated.
Yeah.
He's really not popular. And
I mean, the guys used chemical weapons against children. It's hard to get worse than that.
It's kind of funny because, like, I know when that came out, everyone was like, oh, the chemical weapon. Oh, wait, he actually did? He actually did.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just more like, because we still remember, the whole, how's it called?
The
World War I?
airstrikes.
What?
Are you talking about historical context or something that
Historical
happened
context.
recently?
Okay. Saddam Hussein has weapons of mass destruction.
yeah.
And then,
Oh.
yeah, Assad kind of had them, actually. And he also used them. I mean, okay, he also gassed, like, Saddam Hussein also gassed the Kurds. Which the US was
Yeah.
very fine with.
back then,
Yeah, because they supplied the weapons.
Yeah, it's
to
just...
be fair, we did
that's-
too.
Yeah, it was just business. I mean, okay,
Yeah.
you know what? Germany, like, we stayed true to our, we stayed true to our motto, no more war with Germany. We supplied both. We supplied Iraq and Iran. Yay!
This is sarcastic,
Yeah.
just for everyone who might not know. We oppose those kind of actions, but
I think it
Mm-hmm.
was kind of obvious.
you say that It's not necessarily obvious.
Okay, yeah. I mean, yeah.
Just make sure.
I will make sure. It's yeah. That's just a. It was a sarcastic thing, but like yeah.
Finally.
Yeah, that was the. Yeah, Assad is really like he is hated for a reason, and like, I can only say like the I do not know how that coalition is in the end, but the reality is that I know some call them jihadists not right now, and it's like
Yeah, lots of our news called the whole coalition jihadists, even though the
It's a-
HT, I don't know how it is
they're
pretty
like-
much far away from that.
If I remember correctly, about half of those groups. This is a little foggy memory on how the stuff was split up. The information from like a couple of years ago, but like half of those groups are supported by modern U.S. policy rather than the previous like Cheney type policy. This is like genuine liberalization policy support.
yeah. I mean, I'd say that the
Like
thing is
one of those groups I know that the U.S. backs is the Kurdish.
and even the Kurdish are like a whole thing of there are a lot of local people, and they also like the Kurdish people supplied Assad with oil, and Russia like they also did that, so like they're not like
Yeah, I think at this point everybody has supported everybody at some point.
Yeah.
So
It's-
I think like trying to like go back onto the who did what at this point
Yeah.
is
Wasn't the point,
not
but
yeah. Well, no, I'm not saying that, but I'm just saying like the idea is let's get this shit done and try and fix things.
I mean, I think that is probably why I would say that I think this is probably the big thing to point out about this whole war is that it's I think nearly 13 to 14 years. That's like 1.5 decade. That is an insanely long time, and the thing is, the fact that the rebel groups are still there, they held out, and it is a big coalition. Like I think the biggest part is that we can't just say it's rebel groups. It's a rebel coalition of many ones who are like, we can't win alone, so we have to work together. Like if Free Syria is only happening, if we work together. And like yeah, sure, one of the bigger ones is a more like there are Islamic leaning ones and there are liberal leaning ones, but let me put it like this. The fact they are working together still, like this coalition held, and they are, there's not one group that's like, dominating everything, or, claims it for themselves, shows that they are, as of now, still working together. And that is at least a positive sign. And we don't know how it will end. That is up for the future, but it is a positive sign. On the other hand, you have like, I mean, also I think it's also one of the big things. If all of those groups work together and they're all they're all raising the same flag, that is also kind of a positive sign. I don't know how it will end. It wouldn't even surprise me if the if the end, if the newest, I mean, this is also one thing we just have to accept to a degree. Like, religious forces are usually a big part of revolutions. Because a lot of people in rural areas, and even, in just a lot of countries, are still religiously, influenced or motivated. And so, political Islam / political religionism is generally a good vehicle to get people on board of, revolutions, etc. And
well, initially, it's a really good or easy source of community.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. I mean, especially when you get bombed by someone, it's not that. And
which
you
happens
get
in war.
you get huddled together. Finally, commercialized agriculture. That was a pain. Anyway, anyone want to help me get off slavery?
I mean, Can I?
You try that every single time.
It's just like, why does no one have an interest here? Like,
I have an interest. Let me see. I can't because I have a defensive pact with Great Britain. So
Oh.
no, I can't.
Well, let me see where my.
Maybe you have to get rid of it the old way.
Well, I mean, we could.
I'm declaring an interest in Bengal. I'll see if I can help once it activates.
yeah. I mean,
Also, can you then do this? Do the same to me?
I can try that. Where are you?
We're
Actually,
both-
oh, wait, I
I'm
can-
just yeah. Yeah, you can
Actually,
probably
I can
demand it.
do that. Yeah.
Oh. But yeah, I mean, the thing is that, yeah, I think they're now in front of Homs and like, yeah, so Putin basically can't support Assad
Thank you.
anymore. It's. It's just it is definitely over for Assad. The thing is, will the guy flee? Who knows? And
Will the guy flee or will he get Mussolini?
that's a good question actually. Would be funny if he
Also,
got Mussolini.
Does
But
Mussolini sound like a pasta? Or at least it sounds like a type of pasta.
you know that Mussolini was hanged on a gas station
Upside down.
upside down.
Yeah.
But hey, if that bothers you, just turn the picture around. Then it looks like he's jumping.
Yeah.
Upside down.
No, that was basically Jim Carrey posted a picture of Mussolini hanging, and his I think his granddaughter was like, "How dare you do this?" And he was like, "Oh, just turn the picture around." Then he looks like he's jumping. Just turn the fucking picture around, you fascist. Again, very base Jim Carrey moment.
Yeah, so I have the truce for 5 years, but with Britain. So once that truce is over, then I should be able to ban slavery on you.
Oh,
So,
nice.
1882. June
Finally.
1882.
I have people paying taxes. But yeah, I
consuming
mean, I think
things.
one of the big things we need to keep in mind is that, you know, if they win in Syria and they actually, you know, do a democracy, I think we can basically almost guarantee that probably there will be a majority in the government that is, you know, from a more Islamic-leaning group. And because, you know, again, rural folks, who do they know? Influence and stuff, and, you know, also part of the rebel groups, etc. I think the big part is that we just need to accept that this isn't a sign of, you know, oh, is it going bad again? It's a sign of, you know, that's just how democracy... Like, the biggest conservative party in Germany is called the Christian Democrats. And no one says this is like some religious influence on government or something. And they're literally named after the religion. So, like,
Haven't much to do with them, but yeah.
yeah, true. But, like, that's the thing, you know? I think there is a difference between, you know, seeing where stuff goes and, especially, you know, helping that, like, if they really get a democracy running, that democracy is supported, because worst case scenarios, you have Egypt, where that was basically overthrown by the military very fast. Everyone was like, oh, you know what? It was kind of legalized because, oh no, you know, it was against the Muslim Brotherhood. And it's like, oh, God, listen, now they have a dictatorship again. So what was that for, actually? Anyway, you know what? South Korea. That president is still the fucking clown.
No, he's not. He's just sad and lonely. He needs a
Yeah,
friend.
he needs
I know.
someone to talk
God,
to.
do you see that too?
You know, isn't that what a clown
Yeah.
is? Sad and lonely?
Not always. Sometimes clowns can be socialized.
He's the great... I want to say, what
He's
if
just
he,
a sad clown. That's it.
what if he is the great clown Peliago?
Pagliacci.
Pagliacci?
Pagliacci, yeah.
I am Pagliacci. And afterwards he just instated martial law because he just wanted to feel something.
Yeah.
The end. I mean, it's just what you do, right? You know, you just put your country under martial law just to feel something. That is a very normal move to do.
Totally.
Yeah.
I'm just... God. Yeah, the thing is just that whole fiasco is just insane. And yeah, on the other hand, in Germany, I talked about that in private. The neoliberals, their D-Day papers, floating around for over a week now, where they, you know, black on white, just laid out how they wanted to bust the government and blame everyone else for it. It's just out in the open, and you're like, okay, what is the most sensible thing to do for the head of the party? Yes, exactly. Go on multiple interviews in the on TV and just deny you didn't know anything and just blame some intern on it. Just some random shadowy figure that just made the paper behind his back and he knew nothing.
You know who it was? I actually found out who it was. It was Slender Man.
Yes, that's at this point. It is so funny. The general secretary of the party resigned because he was like, yeah, you know what? I mean, maybe if I didn't know anything about it, I would have been still too much involved. I need to step down because, you know, else our party looks bad. And then the head of the party is like, listen, everyone, I knew of nothing. I do not need to step down. I knew of nothing. Anyway, the other guy that everyone knows was involved with that heavily is now the general secretary of the party. Why does everyone hate me and want me to step down? Didn't you know my big plan is to get, you know, in the double digits next election? No shit, he's still talking about that he will get his party into the double digits next election, which is like pure delusion. I mean, if it happens, holy shit, I don't know what he did. I mean, it's probably illegal as fuck, because no way you come back from, you know, last polls 4%. That party is dead. It's just dead. But yeah, he just keeps saying he knew of nothing, and then people are like, listen, you're the head of the party. It's like, yes, I will take full responsibility for the D-Day papers. And they're like, okay, so are you going to step down? He's like, no. Why? I knew of
I
nothing.
actually have an idea for how they can revive that party. Hand out free beer to everybody. Just free
sadly,
beer all the time, every time.
I mean, that would be one thing, but also that's already what the conservatives in Bavaria do, I think. So
no beer, no vote.
But also, you know what's also better? Now a few of them are like, okay, listen, how do we spin this? Listen, everyone, the fact that these people came out so fast, you know, that's why you can trust us. No other party would be so fast to just show all the evidence why they wanted to do it. We are trustworthy. You should vote for us because we showed you the papers to destroy the government.
So, you know, he's just taking a page from history. Ich habe es nicht gewusst.
Yeah, you know, East German politics is just back, I guess. Oh, you know what's also funny? You know, it's also really fucking funny that happened. We now have a new finance minister, just, you know, to bridge, like, the few months until, you know, there's elections again and shit. And, damn, that guy did his job. He ran the numbers again. Would be really bad if it turns out we actually had enough money for everything. Yeah, it turns out we had enough money for everything. We're actually, like, kinda in the plus. So the whole, oh, it's so bad, recession, we can't do more debt and shit. That was a lie. So the neoliberal finance minister lied to sow discord. They are so fucking cooked. It's like, I have never seen, you know, I never have seen political suicide just again, and then South Korea came around. It's like, holy shit! It's like the political clown showdown of 2024. Like the last minute, two people are like, "Who is the bigger idiot?" They want that asshat. They want to be.
Yeah, the German Liberal Party announcing their new presidential candidate, Assad.
He has experience. He's
his
great.
name is Hassan. He's Hassan. He's got nothing to do with the Assad. He's got a little hat too. Completely different.
And a
person.
mustache. He's different.
Yes. Yeah, exactly.
Günther von Assadburg.
Oh.
Yeah.
You know what? And then everyone's like, that guy seems suspicious. And they're like, do you have any problem? We you know what? Setting up an what?
You mean prove?
No, everyone's like, that guy seems suspicious. We maybe shouldn't have. You should maybe not run with them. And they're like, oh, how can you do? We are the only party pushing actual diversity. We have a Middle Eastern candidate with political experience. Is everyone racist here? And everyone's like, that's a dictator.
Na und?
You
You
they
should
would do
put on the
that.
dictator again.
You know what?
Good movie.
That's kind of a thing I should probably pitch to some leftist comedy show here, because it's after the whole actually you can trust us doing that. You can just write everything for them. They're just doing absolute clown show spinning. It's like, oh yeah, you know what? Here's black on white how we try to bust the government, how we're just not trustworthy for any Here's the thing. They want to be in a coalition with the Conservatives, and the Conservatives are now like, we probably should not be in a coalition with the guys who just openly declared, oh yeah, we wanted to bust the last coalition and blame it on everyone else that we were in. It's...
Yep.
That's just Anyway, big coalition incoming. Woo! Black red again. Ha! That's gonna be fun. And it's gonna be probably very
The anarchists are back
Sadly not.
no, it's conservatives and
because
SPD.
black and red.
Yeah, they're black.
Because-
The conservatives are black here. They're black. I know in every other country they're blue, but the blue ones here are, well, the Nazis. So yeah, sorry. In Germany, black means conservatives, and blue means the fascists. Okay.
That's unfortunate. I like the color blue.
Here it's kind of
Our
tainted.
blues are conservatives.
Yeah.
And we have two different kinds of yellows. S&P and
So
Lib Dems.
my brain thought blue and then Democratic Party. Interesting thing, potentially weird, interesting thing going on in political parties in the U.S.
Mm-hmm.
There's a potential that we might be seeing a party swap in the future after Trump is gone, where the Republicans become the more liberal party,
Wouldn't
or at least
surprise
the
me.
party that's more for the working class.
That might win.
And part of this is because a lot of new members of the party, or at least voters, are well. So part of this, I think, is because the Democratic Party has, in the public eye, essentially abandoned the working class.
Oh yeah.
I mean, they have.
Yeah.
I mean, you know what? I think there is a chance that could
They
happen
don't.
because
I don't think they believe they have.
Of course they don't.
I'm pretty sure that they believe they haven't.
Yeah.
yeah.
I would assume so.
But yeah, it's there's some interesting things about that going on.
I mean, the thing is, after Trump burns everything to the ground, there is not really anything left after that other than, for the rest, just picking up the scrap and just going the other way. That's really the only thing left if they want to save it. That's the thing. Either they do that or they die. That's the thing. Or maybe we're both wrong and it just keeps being the Trump cesspool and there's like a new Trump.
Maybe.
Don Jr. Oh god.
You know what? No, I just thought about that Texan guy.
Actually, so
Donald the Second.
Oh, are you thinking Cruz?
Yes, but I mean,
Ted Cruz. Ted Cruz is a joke, and he's washed up. He's only in on his family name and incumbency. Even in Texas, people don't like him in Texas because
yeah, he fucked up that.
the only reason why they vote for him is because they couldn't find someone to replace him, and they didn't, and enough people didn't want a Democrat. It's still very fresh in people's minds when he left. When he left, what's it called?
During the
shit.
hurricane?
No,
Yeah.
not
When there was
during the
the
hurricane,
energy
but
crisis.
it's during the freeze.
Yeah,
Yeah, during the
freeze,
energy
yeah.
crisis. By the way, Ruben,
Yeah.
I would join that for the Philippines.
Oh, you want the Philippines? Okay.
Yeah.
Wait.
Speaking of,
Transfer subject?
Transfer subject, yeah.
Yeah.
In the Wargles, yeah.
Also, while we're on the subject of transferring, are you doing anything with the Rift Valley?
Which one?
In
see.
in
Next
Kenya?
Yes,
Kenya.
it's mine.
Are you doing anything with it?
Yes, the plan is to build a railway there, but
No, not Kenya. Rift Valley next to.
I know.
Kenya.
yes,
Okay.
I'm planning to keep it.
yes,
You can have the rest, though.
The British move. Grab something African. It's mine.
Yeah, it's mine.
You can grab like
Ruben,
one
now you
province
have a-
in you can grab one
Ruben, now
province
you
in
have a land
Tanganyika.
with
That's
the,
it. Everything else
You
is
have
blocked off.
you have a land border to the Philippines now. I'll help shore that up.
I mean, God, now that I think about it, it was so funny. The Brits are like, oh yeah, we just planet half the planet. You know, if you look for your stuff, you can go into this house we built in London and you can look at it behind glass. No touchies and no takesies backsies.
We're collecting a little bit of everything from. We're collecting a little bit of everything. They're collecting a little bit of everything from the world for cultural preservation, just like that seed lab in the Arctic.
Yeah. Yes.
It's
right.
a world's universal good.
Yes, right. The British Museum is like. I mean, it's kind of ironic that it's called the British Museum, but it has barely any British shit in it.
No, it has a bunch of British stuff.
Yes, I know.
But
All
also
the
a lot of
shit
other
you
stuff.
stole.
It has
British
all the
imperialism.
it has the British rifles that were used in Africa, in South Africa against the Zulu. I guess I don't know.
Yeah, very British. The Lee Enfields that murdered the indigenous. Oh,
Those are skirmish.
amazing.
I'm sending 100 troops to Philippines at least.
Yeah, that'll definitely help win that. And I'll help naval invade Ik.
No, I can do it. Don't worry.
Oh, you got it? Okay.
Just focus on the Philippines.
Oh yeah. It's one state, so yeah. I've realized that Korea has a company called the Oriental Development Company, which gives 10% migration attraction and 5% railway throughput, and it operates off the productivity of rice farms.
That's neat.
That said, I need 10 levels of them in 4 different states.
I mean, that's relatively easy to build. I mean, the rice farms.
Oh yeah, definitely. I'm doing that right now. Just gotta build them, make them profitable, which falls in line with my whole plan to feed the world.
I mean,
Well, most of it.
yeah, I mean, worst case, just export.
Oh yeah, I've been exporting grain since game start. Like actively exporting. Let me see my grain trade routes. Oh, I'm importing? Okay. Oh yeah, I was now I remember. I'm not exporting very much right now because I think I have a balance. I have a lot of pops to feed.
Yeah.
But I used to be, before China embargoed me recently, I used to be what's the thing? Laundering like thousands of units of grain from the China to Russia. Yeah.
You talked about that last time, yeah.
What a normal move
why
to
is
do.
this trade so good?
I mean, if you're not focusing on it, China has a food problem.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, not that I can trade with them anymore, because getting the Philippines
Yeah.
made them embargo me.
Oh well. Anyway, chat, how are you doing? Is anything you want to talk about there? Let's bring some fun stuff up.
Well, laundering grain is
So
fun.
they found out the guy in the US healthcare incident. Yeah, they found he traveled by bus to Atlanta from Atlanta. So
Oh. That's interesting news.
And they're like, oh, yes, how
yeah,
will he get
so
back?
that means he's probably being smart in terms of trying to be sneaky beaky because he probably
I
paid by
wouldn't-
cash.
Yeah, given everything, I wouldn't be surprised if he had flown or driven to Atlanta and then took the bus up from there. Because it would be hard to track him from that point on.
And then
Yeah,
now, and
so
now he will
it's a
probably
whole
take the
big multi-state thing.
and now he will
And
take.
if I
probably
were
the
him,
train.
I'd be traveling even further again. So
I mean, nothing will hide
Yeah,
better than an
lots of
Amtrak
stuff.
train on delay.
or going to Mexico or Canada or somewhere in the Caribbean.
Who knows?
Well, so he has a couple options in that regard. If he goes to Mexico, Canada, or some other nation like that, then it either the options for that needs to be a state that has very very little surveillance and that he can get into without much hassle or being caught or noticed or even recorded. So I would say if he's able to get into Canada, because that's a very poorly guarded border. It is still guarded, but
Poorly.
there's a lot of wilderness. If he can trek through the wilderness, then he can make it. It would. So his options are essentially get to a state that doesn't have extradition to the U.S., which is going to be very hard because we monitor that like a whole lot, or go to a state like Mexico that doesn't really have too much surveillance. That said, he could just, if he's super lucky, he could find a way to lay low for the rest of his life. It's not like it hasn't been done before.
Yeah.
Oh, actually, fun fact: there was a person who had been indicted in a murder case, and guess where he was found? Some tiny little rural place in the middle of in southern Wales. And that's not even going on to the other American who was found in Glasgow, who only caught him after he went to the hospital, basically.
Yeah.
And he's now being deported to the US.
Point is also like if they do not have any leads, you don't even know you don't even need to get into hiding.
Yeah.
That's
The thing is, they seemingly do have some leads. So
they might have. They're probably not gonna tell us right now, because that would be stupid.
well, so as much as you can believe it, the New York State Police, the New York Police do say that they have
Yeah.
that they're close to finding him, or so. They didn't say exactly that, but they said something that said that suggested that they had a general idea of like who he was and where he was going.
Yeah. For me, it's like I don't trust like intel from the police in general, but yeah, they might have.
Sometimes it's a psyop. Police are actually rather smart about this kind of stuff and like what info they release generally. So sometimes they'll say, "Oh, we have an idea of who they are," or they'll hint at something kind of. So you know how like psychics will speak in generalities to make you think that they know that they figured something out.
Yep.
The police will sometimes do that in order to
Well, they get you
in order
nervous,
to
basically.
make the
Yeah.
suspect get you nervous, get you to trip up on something. Because that's where they'll catch you, is that, oh, you've just made a mistake because you thought you thought you had to be extra careful when you didn't actually need to.
Yeah, I mean, even if they, in general, they just need to, like, they may have some ideas, maybe not really a lead,
Yeah.
so they agitate that part of the population, look at that part of the population, and like, oh, that one is nervous. Let's
Behaving different.
behaving differently. Let's look if there's something behind it. Might not even be our person we're looking for, but some person.
Yeah.
So apparently Vanuatu doesn't have an extradition treaty with the US.
Yeah, there's some odd outliers. So part of this is there's concessions that we give to a lot of countries for the extradition treaties, because they're because way more often they are much more beneficial to us than it is to that specific country. So things like that include support for the regime in some regard, or protections against other various things. It's all part of our very weirdly complex geopolitical diplomacy, which I like. It takes a lot to wrap your head around the like hoops that the U.S. jumps through in order to get the things that it desires or wants from other countries. And so there's basically this guy's options are limited by how long he can keep away from being caught in the next, I want to say, 4 months.
Kinda, yeah.
Giving a bit extra leeway towards the cops for how long it takes to find them.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, anyways, that's kind of just where this whole situation is. We have
It's
to
wait
wait
and
for
see.
wait and see for, I'd say give it 1 or 2 months at most. If he's not caught in those 2 months, he's probably not going to get caught for a long time, probably. But if he's going to get caught, it's probably within the next 2 weeks.
Yeah, it's like that. One or the other. Like,
It's like if he's going to get caught, it's likely before Christmas. That's a good way to put it. Likely. Why'd I just turn purple?
I don't know.
I've
You're
had
the
no
Empire
law
of
changes
Korea
yet.
now.
Yeah. That's
Well, I had an event and I was still blue
And
for a
Boni.
while.
oh,
That turned me
What?
into an Empire. Yeah. Lan Fong becomes
Yeah.
bony when they have the whole island.
yeah.
Ah, maybe that triggered something.
No.
No,
maybe?
they've been bony for a while. I've been the Empire of Korea for a while I was still
Oh.
blue.
Oh.
It literally just happened,
Hmm.
like within my last like conversation, I guess.
Zep's going to be like, what if it was purple?
Purple's nice. Nice color.
Yeah. You know what? I like Kandahar. Kandahar was just like, Oh, I'm getting bullied by Persia and Kabul. Hey,
By the way,
East India Company, do you want to reduce the autonomy of both of them? It's like,
real
Kanda,
quick,
I love you. Let's integrate you.
I want to mention, I recently heard, and I'm not entirely sure how true this is, purple is a fake color. Like, it doesn't exist.
I mean,
And that purple is a... No, so I mean, like...
No, it's pink.
Purple is not... like, purple is a... It's a... imaginary creation that our brains believe exists, but like when it comes to like quantifying colors scientifically, purple doesn't exist.
What you're thinking of is pink.
Are you sure? Because I'm pretty sure I heard about this about purple. Okay.
No, it's pink.
it's basically how our
Okay.
brains interpret a mixture of colors specifically.
Because purple, if you look at the color spectrum, it's just at the far end of blue.
Yeah.
It's pink. Yeah.
Oh, that you know what? That might be what I was thinking of then. Is that purple isn't its own separate thing? It's
I mean, technically every color is made up, but
I mean, yeah, but
yeah.
it's just that
it's all light.
It's certain ranges of the visible spectrum interpreted by your brain
Yeah.
gets certain names.
Yeah, it's a certain intensity of the non-death rays from the sun that our brain, because it's technically light is radiation technically.
oh shit.
Well, light is light. Light is
Yeah,
Light is.
But I
light.
think
No. Sorry.
I've been watching some. Reaction content from a nuclear engineer who's been reacting to like.
Oh,
stuff like that.
is she Portuguese?
He.
Oh no,
He's-
okay, I was a different
He's
channel.
the nuclear engineer out of Texas, I think. is
Oh,
what
okay,
he
no,
said.
this is a different person.
Yeah. But no, I've been watching that, and one of the commentaries that he kind of brought up was, yeah, did you know that light is technically radiation, and that we're technically, and it's just the spectrum of which we can see,
Yeah.
because
that's
our eyes are,
Yeah.
like, it was like other like really weird biological. There's like some other like weird biological thing about our eyes that's kind of like, oh,
I mean, yes.
so our eyes are just kind of like that.
Yes. Our eyes are just like, well, a way to orient yourself to propagate in the end. Like, it was evolutionarily
Yeah.
beneficial to have them like that. Yeah.
When you think about it, literally everything that we exist for is more effective propagation.
More effective propagation, or at least non-detrimental.
Our detrimental selves are just that come from our brain is just a side effect that was unintended by evolution.
Yeah, in the sense that evolution can intend anything,
Yeah.
yes. Because we would, like, mantis shrimp eyes are probably way better than our eyes, but there was no need.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, you already got pretty sweet.
If only we could see the colors mantis shrimp can see.
It would be nice.
Is that a reference to Dander then? No, that would be the mantis shrimp punch.
No. Mantis shrimps have like, I think 16?
They're the punchy shrimps.
Yes.
Yeah, the punchy thing.
They are the
Yeah.
punchy.
Yeah. Yeah.
Definitely.
The ones that like that punch so hard they literally cause nuclear fusion.
They make a vacuum, basically. That's what it does.
Oh, that one, yeah.
Not
yeah.
nuclear fusion. That
If
would
they-
be worse.
If they created nuclear fusion by punching, that would be wild.
Every
We
man-
would have been farming them.
Yeah, like it was something in that direction, like some extremely high energy.
Yeah.
Like they generate heat to the tune
Yeah, I
of
know, but, like-
something ridiculously
No,
high
no,
number.
that was
Yeah.
different. That's a
Yeah.
different thing. But
Yeah.
like,
Oh,
imagine if they
that's funny.
cause nuclear fusion. Every mantis shrimp punches exactly once in their life. It's like,
Maybe more. Maybe more. You know, they could be lucky and it could fizzle out immediately.
Or,
Oh
you
my
know, it's a
god,
small
you can make an
nuke.
anime of that.
It's a small nuke and they just get pushed away.
A nuclear reaction is basically just like two atoms colliding, if I remember correctly. That does not necessarily lead to complete annihilation. Doesn't make boom necessarily.
Doesn't make boom necessarily.
If it has enough,
Supposing that Mantis Shrimp could cause nuclear fusion to happen with a punch. Supposing that they could, they would not be able to create enough force to cause the chain reaction that they discussed in Oppenheimer, for example.
well, if you
Funnily
put
enough,
it,
you can actually, funnily enough, you can actually build your own, not fusion reactor, but actually small little amount of nuclear fusion at home. Like, people have done it for, like, science fairs and stuff. It's not actually that hard,
if you
but
put that Mantis Shrimp
doing it in an actual...
in a tank with the right minerals, it might.
Yeah.
Under the assumption that it can make nuclear fusion.
I fucking love that. It's just like, imagine really like no one goes near Mantis Shrimp because it's just like you have a small
They would be radioactive in the first place.
Yeah, I mean, no. The thing is, no animal in the sea goes close to it because they know, like, if they startle it once, it's like mutual annihilation.
And not even that. It's like they would by like things feeding off their bodies after they die, because they would die relatively early because they radiated one way or another. Radiation would spread and we would have really, really weird deep sea creatures.
we could also end up.
Deep sea creatures are normal.
So actually, an interesting aspect of this is that we could have. It could have created life forms en masse, and possibly, like, over the long time of evolution, it could have created life forms that have more resistance to radiation.
Yes.
And actually, one of the reasons why I assume, now this is purely speculation, why cockroaches are so resistant is probably because at some point in their evolutionary chain, they probably started eating a lot of ground that had radon in it, because that's a naturally occurring radiological thing. So, or like living in those environments and surviving there, which maybe had led them to adapt to gain that, like, safety from it. It's weird. It's a weird theory, but I mean, I wouldn't even call it a theory because I don't know the biology.
A shrimp theory. I'm sorry.
No, that would be a roach. That would be a roach theory, because I'm talking about roaches here.
At some point in the evolutionary chain, they were given a radon stone and traded with a friend.
I mean, they're tardigrades. They're basically immune against.
Yeah,
I mean, they're tardigrades. They're basically immune against pretty much everything. That's also weird. Like,
Also, like the mantis, like you said, like the mantis shrimp that creates fusion would make a great anime. Yeah, that's just Baki Hanma with mantis shrimp.
Baki Hanma.
Yeah.
Look, it's the Mantis Shrimp. Baki Hanma.
Isn't the battle YouTube, the versus YouTuber thing? Isn't that guy doing what's his face? The guy from Baki, the father.
You mean Joruchu Hanma or something?
Joichi.
Yeah. Whichever. Yeah, he's doing that guy versus Sporticus.
Oh,
from,
that's an even fight.
That is actually an even fight, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if it's true, but that is what I saw like a month ago, that he was working on that. And I'm like, that would be an interesting video.
The only people that could actually beef with Goku and live. Oh, God.
Yeah, I'm sure that Hanma would probably be like, it would probably be like, I once trained with a Saiyan who had gone over here, and I found a human way in which to surpass their genetics. That is
like
such
that.
a Baki thing.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ruben.
I mean,
Yeah.
that.
Hmm?
Oh.
Oh.
If you could get my debt, I would be very strong. Or I would be.
I only
I'm-
have 4.5 million in gold. Oh, fine, fuck it.
Thank you. Now I can actually support you in things.
I mean,
Like,
Why are
they
you
do, like-
always going into debt?
I'm not in. So here's the thing. I fixed my I fixed my economy. It's just that I had 30K in
More
interest,
debt.
and I was going into the positive, but just barely. And I just finished my tax reform,
Sure,
which means that I can now
Fine.
I can feed your market.
What does my market need? Actually, we could use a bit of green.
I will be exporting grain to your market.
Not if I do that first.
But now I can actually like build stuff now. So yay.
I still don't understand this game. It's just a map and some opera music from where I'm. I mean, it's also bars filling and number go up. Like I have 114.9 million GDP. Yes, I have the
Russia.
second highest GDP in the world.
France to bow out.
Who's number one? Great Britain. God damn it.
Well, that's to be expected.
Yeah.
Yeah, when is it not?
Great Britain tends to be on top without a human
it's like,
player.
but it's like, it's like number one is Britain and number two is the Britain where they stole the curry from.
Technically, number two, including prestige, is French. It's La Beckett.
No, I mean in terms of GDP. I'm number two in GDP.
Yes.
Like by far.
Yeah.
We are number 2.
We are number two. Hey.
that's-
Also, you can talk while doing it, which is very relaxing. I can't really talk a lot when I stream the Call of Duty campaign tomorrow, which is actually kind of fun. It's fun. It's fun times.
Oh, how is the Call of Duty campaign?
It's you know what? It's another good one.
Oh, that's
Are the
good.
duties being called?
What? Yeah, the
Are
duties
the
are being
duties
called.
being called?
They're called, and it has a twist, and you're like, there's some fuckery going on, and you don't even know everything yet. And it's like,
Do you solve the
oh.
twist with guns?
Yeah. Oh, nice. I have restricted child labor.
Nice.
Anyway, can I go? I can't go to slavery banned.
1882.
We're in the 1880s.
I'm waiting for France to declare neutrality because I don't want to risk dragging them in here. I might want to. Why are you not declaring neutrality, France? Why do you care so much? There we go. I'll just Portugal, and I can take Portugal. And Rwanda.
Map be painted. That,
Yes.
but also, how are you doing, Gustav?
Why
Going?
is Germany? What?
The week is nice. Ah.
What do you say, Ruben?
Why is Germany not forming? Prussia's like
Prussia?
nothing's happening in Germany
Well,
because Prussia's fighting
Russian
itself
radical
again.
revolt.
one reason, Ruben, is that Hanover is still not free.
Oh, yeah, true.
Spain?
Yes, they got that. Because they helped Hanover in revolts.
Huh.
Lol.
Okay.
So that's like one of
That
the
happened.
reasons.
That happened.
That definitely happened. Also, Melancholy Day. That's
what-
not so. That's not that great.
Plenty of influence to burn off that infamy. This war will be great for my economy.
Always good to have. I mean, what do you need to do to strengthen the economy with a nice little war?
Yeah. War is
Making the
good for
mother of
business.
all omelets here, Jack. God, I want to replay this game again. It's just... Sorry, Metal Gear Rising is just a masterpiece of... Oh god, this is so ham.
You love to see it.
Mm-hmm.
There we go. Let's look at this.
I guess in local news for me, the helicopters have started doing their sweeps, and same with the plane. There's every 4 years, a helicopter does I think probably probably about 50 to 100 meter high flight that goes back and forth across all of DC, or at least downtown.
Does it still like map the whole area?
Not
Cool.
quite. It gets what it does is it maps a baseline radiological radiation scan of the entire area in DC and mostly actually it covers the entirety of DC. It flies really close to the ground to get the sensory data. And this is primarily in preparation for the months before the inauguration. This is in order to have a close baseline for sensors to try and detect any dirty bombs before they go off during the inauguration, which is when an attack would happen if there was to be an attack.
Also, some other interesting US news. TikTok lost its appeal to not be banned in the US.
I'm not surprised.
Also,
Yeah.
Depends what Trump does, to be honest, as well. But also,
I am against
Boeing
he was against
lost
TikTok.
their appeal against the mass crashes.
Yeah. I don't want
So
to say...
Boeing are going to get fucked again.
Oh! Well, then I want to, Trump is, on that side, he's he issued the first ban, and then, he's actually pro-TikTok now, and you're just yeah, I don't know what he will do. Probably he will just ban it. I am a dirty... Oh, God. I don't know, probably something in your, politics changed.
I don't know.
I mean, Zep, so that it,
No, he said no.
Maybe it's just something on a delay on the back end.
maybe that could
It
be...
could be.
That could definitely be. Also, I definitely need to slap down Kandahar a little bit. But yeah. Oh god. Thinking about I try to think about shit to talk about right now, and I just can't.
We're talking about shit right now.
Yes, but...
Romania cancelled its presidential election, or it nullified the votes from the first voting round.
Oh, God,
so
yeah.
Yes, I think they're claiming that Russian influence or something.
yeah, foreign influence.
I mean,
yeah.
it probably is.
I mean, there's literally a rump state that is Russian.
No, that's in Moldova. This is Romania.
Oh yeah, sorry, Romanians, Moldovans.
No worries. I mean, I mix up U.S. states, so I mean, I literally can't name all
I've
U.S.
looked at
states.
I've looked at the
so,
whole
yeah.
looked at the Hearts of Iron 4 map too much today. Oh, I guess I can talk about my news. I guess it's not really news. I am currently considering buying a car.
Ooh,
It's
Ooh.
probably
Ooh.
most likely to happen. But I'm looking at getting a electric vehicle.
I
Oh,
was
nice.
about to say traitor to the
What kind?
to the infrastructure cause.
I mean, you have to have a car.
Yeah, so-
sometimes.
Well, so I don't need I don't need a car. I find a car very convenient because it allows me to go to work in a closed environment when it is very, very cold outside.
Yeah, that then
And
probably.
so, but I've been
electric car is
driving
fine.
I've been driving my parents' family car for the past number of years. But that car is starting to get old. My parents had been considering getting a new car, but it's expensive, and they're not too thrilled about the idea of buying another car on top of other stuff that they're paying for because they need to get a kitchen. They're getting a kitchen renovation because the kitchen is old.
Yeah.
And it's kind of problematic right now. So that expense on top of other expenses, it just makes it so that them buying a car doesn't really make sense. So they're offering to assist me with buying a car that will be under my name.
Are you buying it outright or mortgage, or
so-
depends? Yeah. Are you also? Have you looked into salary sacrifice schemes because they can help
mean-
bring down the cost quite a bit.
Because of the we all
So,
are old and problematic.
Depending,
We
it
all
depends
are
on your
old and
employer,
problematic.
sort of.
So one of the cars that I'm looking at has a the dealer the dealer has a loyalty discount of like $4,000 if you currently have a car from their brand. And so if I go with, and this dealer is actually the car that I'm most interested in that they have, and so I'm considering that car. I do technically have the money to buy it outright. That said, it's a lot of money to pay outright, and I don't have, and I wouldn't have that much left over in my savings account if I did that. So I'm gonna pay it. The plan is do a down payment, and then if I go with this car, down payment and then finance it.
Yeah, it might be better to at least have
that
some
said,
savings in the bank.
It would be really good because specifically for this car and the financing plan that I'm looking at, it would have 0 interest.
That's
Ooh,
great.
that's
Yeah.
good.
Yeah. That said, I don't know how long the. I definitely have to make the. I think I definitely have to make the purchase before February. Because
Tariffs?
I don't know. No, it's because actually this vehicle was entirely built and the resources all came from North America. Because that's
Oh.
actually one of the conditions for getting.
Oh.
There's a $7,500 tax credit for if you buy a clean
Which
vehicle
brand for it, by the way?
in the U.S. Acura.
Okay, I don't know.
The
Is it
Acura is Honda's. They're Honda's
Ah,
semi-luxury
damn
brand.
it!
So it's a nicer brand.
You know what's like if it was a Chinese company, you should get it and then just drive by the White House and yell China.
Yeah, Acura you don't see in the UK. Honda you do. but-
So you actually can't do that. You can't. The streets next to the White House are blocked off.
Pedestrianized?
They've been blocked
Ah.
off for a long time. Like this, and I'm talking like before. They've been blocked off. Most of them have been blocked off before.
Yeah, I can't imagine.
Before
It's-
Obama.
I can't imagine. It's just it would just be very funny doing that.
Yeah, no, I understand.
Um,
There's little DC things that I'm sad about due to things like these are the small things that are repercussions of January 6th and events before then. That we used to be able to do in DC, but now we can't. Like going up to the fence of the White House, or because essentially they've had to expand the secure areas around the Capitol and White House, and so
Yeah.
it's just kind of
it's-
yeah.
Oh well. I mean, the oldest and most
No.
problematic chemist. Is that even a word? Problematic chemist.
It is now. Someone
God
spoke
damn
it.
it! No. Ah.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Look at the chat. What she wrote.
Acupuncture, Jesus.
Chaos she wrote.
But yeah, anyways, I've sat in the car that I've looked at because my father got that car as a rental when his current car was getting maintenance at their depot, so he essentially got like a extended test drive in it, and I sat in the passenger seat. It's nice, but I would like to test drive it before I make the final decision.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm potentially buying an electric vehicle in the next month or so.
think
It's
I
a
have-
big purchase, and it will cost me a pretty penny.
Is it a small one or
Have
is it
you
like a
thought
big
about
one?
getting your own place though? At all?
Is it a what?
Is it a bigger one or is it a smaller? Like what size are we talking? Golf? Smaller?
It's
Bigger?
oh no, not as small as a Golf. It's a mid-sized vehicle, so it's not a full SUV.
They basically only
but
build SUVs nowadays anyway. So also Loot Troop.
Loot Troop.
Loot Troop.
But it's
Zep ignoring
it's
it
a
all.
five-seater. Sorry, I'm not catching the joke.
It's a spin on words.
Fruit Loop.
Oh, okay. I saw that. I just didn't think that it was. I didn't think it was like that. I thought it was something deeper.
No, it was just that.
Okay.
Seb, have you thought about actually getting your own place at all yet? I mean, I know like getting saving enough money for like a full deposit, and that's the interest rates are stupid high right now. But
Given the housing market, no way in hell.
okay, I don't know the housing market in DC. I know it's probably bad, but
Across the whole U.S., the housing market is terrible, especially in the cities.
Yeah.
I don't think there aren't many countries with a good housing market right now.
I mean, also, you know what?
Yeah.
You know what? You need to think about that. Zep would need to give up, having a stable house, go into a bad housing market, and leave his grill behind. Think about him grilling sausages.
yeah, but he could grill it in his own backyard.
Not necessarily.
You
Well, in
are
the first place,
You need
my
to
work-
afford a backyard.
Hold on. In the first place, if I were to move anywhere, it would definitely not be a house. I don't have that kind of money.
Yes.
Nor that income. At most, maybe if I'm lucky and I find either a partner or a roommate or two, I could maybe afford to live in the. So my family still has my grandparents' home. We still own it, and they've long since passed, but we've been renting it out to families and in the past students, college students, for a while now. And there has been discussion about me inheriting that house. So theoretically, supposing that I could support living in that house via like paying the property taxes and other stuff, which it would take most of my paycheck it would take a good portion of my paycheck to do that. I would potentially live there, and that way I would have a backyard. But it makes, like, given my income, it makes more sense for me to live in the old condo that my dad rents out, that he used to live in, and then manage that property. So it's also unlikely for me to move out because my parents and I both agreed that it makes no sense financially for me to do so because
Yeah.
my family is stable and it takes me 5 to 7 minutes to drive to work.
Yeah.
Do you guys have the whole situation with freehold and leasehold, basically?
What?
So
No.
freehold is where you can buy and own a property, but you don't own the land underneath. So let's say an apartment or something
that
like that.
thing.
But freehold is where you own both the property and the land. And basically in the UK, there's a whole big situation where basically
So with the
people-
condo, we own the condo, but not the land the condo is on.
there's that, but I don't know if basically it's a bit of a wild west over here with leaseholds, where
Yeah, I think
Leaseholds-
what you might be
leaseholders-
talking about is probably a British thing.
yeah,
It's kind of like one of those like latter stage holdovers of feudalism.
quite literally,
Yeah.
where people who own the land underneath quite often can just charge just about whatever they want for the leaseholders, even if they actually own their own property, and it makes it terrible to buy, and like they're basically impossible to sell. So yeah, if you're in the UK property, don't get a leasehold, even if it's cheap or looks cheap.
Yeah, might be not cheap for one.
Let's see how the grain trade is doing. Sort trade by goods. I am exporting 67 grain to Russia, still 15 to Netherlands, 15 to Mexico, 15 to Britain.
Not that much yet.
But they should be doing not that much, but it is slowly increasing, and once I get my company going, it should improve a little bit as well. My main issue is I think it's balancing the cost of grain with the where is it? It's balancing the cost of grain with just the fact that I have so much population.
Yeah.
And also getting the convoys.
Yeah, they need to eat.
Yeah. The convoys need to eat.
The convoys also need to eat.
Nom, 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 nom.
They eat wood or metal, mostly.
I'm going to steam-powered thrashers.
What are you going to do?
So even more grain.
Steam-powered
Steam-powered thrashers.
I understood steam-powered fascists. But that's definitely not what you said.
Thrashers.
I'm too stupid to understand you, apparently.
I've been slowly increasing my construction since Ruben helped me get my economy under control, and I'm very nearly at a good break-even point for my economy.
Great.
Well, for my
My radicals have been coming down.
I'm getting most of my money by just selling sugar to the Prussians.
Oh, I really want to start moving on to oil. As soon as possible.
Would be nice.
Okay. Oh! I mean, honestly, Wilds is gonna be... Ironically, just yesterday I talked with a friend about Monster Hunter Frontier, and I think I kind of just sold him so hard on Frontier that he might be addicted to it now.
Possibly.
No, your Dixon is no joke.
I mean, honestly, I'm looking forward to Wilds to a degree, but it's not that I'm sitting here being like, I have a few feelings in how it might end up. Here's the thing. If you follow this channel, you kind of know that I'm generally saying World was already not one of the best titles they ever did. Like, more on the side of things. But in general, I still like World. If you hear me say World was kind of one of the worst Monster Hunters they did, and you're like thinking, but World was good. It's just me like the rest of the series was a lot better. And I think one part of that is that it feels a bit like, old Monster Hunter titles were co-op games you could play solo. While World and also Wilds kind of feels like they're single-player games you can play co-op, if you get what I mean. And it's not that they probably are gonna be bad. It's more like, I just don't know really where it will land. I mean, we're gonna play it. We're gonna stream through it. It's a new Monster Hunter title. It's probably gonna be good.
At least it will be fun.
Yeah, I don't think Capcom has really done a Monster Hunter title yet where it's set and being like, oh god, what have you done? I mean, the beta had some stuff like, why was there no hit stop? Why was this? Where was that? Right now it's apparently a lot better. So it doesn't surprise me, honestly, because, yeah, they obviously can fix that. Not a big problem, I'd say. But I think it's gonna be an interesting time, at least when Wilds comes out, and especially the deep lore. I just think Capcom really should make a good online title again. That is what they're missing. Like, I think playing through Frontier, like most of Frontier, we're like kind of in the end game of Frontier, and there's also a thing, Frontier has such a good end game we want to keep playing. That's unusual. Usually the end game in a one-sided game sucks ass, and Frontier has a good end game actually. It's good designed, Shocking, I know. How do you do that? How do you design it well?
Well, they had several attempts. That's
I mean, they had several attempts. There were some end games that actually kind of suck. But others, they're pretty good. But yeah, in general, it's gonna be a very interesting time playing it. But I mean, in the end, for me, it's... I think I probably am a lot different because I feel like a lot of people joined Monster Hunter with World and they only know World and they kind of refuse to play Rise. While, Jesus fuck, when did I join? When did the first one came out? I know it was 2004. Oh god, I'm almost 2 decades in this fucking series.
Well, that's just how it is.
I know. I mean, I think I played it in 2005, so not fully 20 years, but
Yeah. So,
Point is, I'm really long in this goddamn series.
Yeah.
She's not talking that loud. By the way, yeah, urban activity as usual. It's... Please return it to a normal size.
I can try.
It's like, I really like a lot of Monster Hunter, but I think after 20 years, and you can't just it's just the fact that you sit there and
Sorry,
some point.
Ruben.
Well,
The Welsh like me more.
okay. I mean, I've got the highest standard of living,
Second.
but I guess
Second. So someone is above me. Let's check. Oh yeah, we're pretty much like.
oh yeah,
same level.
pretty much the same. Yeah.
Yeah, I know you go for the standard of living thing. I'm
Yeah.
catching up in GDP though.
I think this is just probably like my problem with Monster Hunter. Like, I'm so long in the series that I'm just what I expect from a series is very different to what a lot of modern people, like, and newer people expect.
Yeah, that's generally the thing. The newer you are to something, the lower are your expectations.
Yeah,
Because
like,
you obviously found what you found there good.
yeah, this is like when I read people online being like, "Why is this everything they wanted?" And I suggest they really. Where's my online hub? Because I mean, it's kind of goofy that they say, "Oh, look, there are 100 people in the lobby, but you can only see 16." Also, you're like standing all in one spot in this one tiny fuck off outpost in the desert, and you just sit there being like, "Yeah, that feels off." Like, listen, it's neat they have it, but just give us Minegard, give us a town, give us like an actual town where we can have 100 people running around. You
that
had
would
that
also
once.
help performance.
Yes, it would help performance, it would have connectivity. There's a lot of stuff you can do there. Oh, you know what's also cool that they had in Frontier and shit? You know, when you enter G rank, which is a big climb and like some really, really tough fights, like some really big damage, like big difficulty spikes. So it's not easy getting into G rank.
In Frontier.
In Frontier, at least. One of the things is that, how's it called? One of the things is that to, how's it called? Okay. One of the
Think
things...
first.
Sorry. One of the things is that, brain. One of the things is that if you actually do all the requirements and want to change into G rank, you have to go to the guild, to the guild leader, and tell her, "Listen, I did everything you want. I can go into G rank now." And she's like, "Yeah, sure, you're G rank now." And then a fanfare plays, and some confetti pops up, and everyone sees that. So when you go into G rank, the server knows that. And so people come to you and, do the clap emoji. Like, they congratulate you that you made it to G rank. That's neat. It's like... It's just a small thing, if you know what I mean. But it gives such a big social impact on the game that you're like, yeah, you can, you have people there that are like, "Hey, you made it, cool, here, we congratulate you, we clap," and it's like, it's a small celebration that someone on the server made it again. It's a social thing. And I mean, I get why they have the whole, small groups system, because basically Modern Monster Hunter is copying the Portable series, not the, Monster Hunter Dose and Try. They don't copy those anymore with the towns. But that's why I think we should have online hubs again. That was just a cool thing. That was simply something they were like, "Look, you can now just simply, people see what you have done, and boom, have some fun, natural, It's just very, I don't know how you call it. it just happens naturally, you know. It's a natural thing to emerge from it's emergent gameplay. That's it. But no, it's more emergent social behavior, and you're like, okay, that's cool, you know, that's cool. Why is that not more of a thing? And then you look at other stuff like, hey, guild halls are actually kind of nice. Why isn't that a thing? Monster Hunter, oops, all Spiders edition. All the monsters are spiders. Spiders are fun fights though.
I don't think we have like
Also, spiders are cute.
an actually spidery spider.
Yeah.
There is not one in Monster Hunter that actually behaves like a spider. Not
I
one.
haven't really seen that much of
Niskrilla?
no, the Skrilla I've seen a bit.
Ballerina is jumping around like a ballerina because that's what it's inspired
Yeah, I
from.
know.
Sorry, it's not a spidery spider.
Fair point. It's not really a spider. I mean, that Skrilla was a bit like that, but yeah. But yeah, you know what? We should have clan halls in Monster Hunter. They had that in Frontier, but they had that. That's just cool. Like, imagine you just have a clan hall. You upgrade with your clan, and you get some bonus stuff, and it's like, you know, you have like a place for you and your friends, and that's cool. Or you have just so much.
Yeah.
It just you have like so much you just have so much opportunities for actual social stuff, and I feel the only thing they're really doing is, oh, here's like a lobby with 100 people you can have, and that's like kind of irrelevant. Like, feels a bit off, is what I'm saying. But yeah, I mean, again, I'm very much looking forward to Wilds. Just can't shake the feeling that the series I really love just kinda starts just moving away at a very, very fast pace from why I loved it in the first place, you know?
Yeah.
No, I'll probably will replay Generations next year, and I still have to finish the Zenith monsters. Which again, they're well designed. Holy shit. Imagine that. So, just the thing. Why do I say Zenith monsters are a good designed endgame monster? Basically, Zeniths are... They are visually slightly different monsters. Like, one part is a bit more... one part is different, a bit excessive.
Visually, they're sometimes a bit weird, but
A bit weird, but that's a thing of the, you know, aesthetic design of the MMO. You can do that differently. Like, the Deviants in Generations are better, you know,
visually, yeah.
visually are better attempt. But the thing is, there's one part that stands out, and the idea is also that, you know, Zeniths are kind of, you know, unique freaks of nature, even for their own species. Like,
Yes. They've basically combat advantaged bone cancer.
to a degree, it's just, I mean, they have a lot of variants. Like, the new one will be, you know, origin monsters. It's like, that's just gonna be cringe anyway. But thing is, in general, you have, you know, one part that sticks out. Now, the clever thing is, Zeniths have 4 difficulties. So every Zenith comes in Zenith 1, 2, 3, and 4. You unlock that with, you know, going up to G rank, and basically, and every Zenith in it and of itself is a bit, you build, you know, you build better armor variants of it down the line. So it takes a bit of time, but leveling is not too
True.
So,
You have a hard time
sorry.
concentrating.
There's a lot of stuff going on right now.
oh. My private sector built a railway, which is very nice, except for the fact that I don't even have a steel mill yet, let alone a motor industry.
My private sector has actually been building quite a lot of railways.
Yeah, I need railways real badly because my infrastructure is abysmal. But
Oh, you want
Yeah.
railways? Wait, can
No,
I build?
no, we don't have a. Speaking of, yeah,
Yes. Now I have
check your
every band.
proposal.
Woo! And more income. Holy shit.
Yep.
No investment agreement. Then I can't build in you.
No, it's like I said, I just suddenly saw an engine demand. I'm like, well, I still have the steel mill and thing queued up. I'm not.
Yeah.
I'm
But
just
yeah,
kind
if you
of
allow me
surprised.
to invest, I can actually build railway
Yeah, same.
and factories.
I can go for multiculturalism. Holy
Then
shit.
go. If you actually can.
It's probably gonna be a bit. But yeah, there's a lot of things I would really love to see in a new Monster Hunter title. Like, it's just there's so much where I feel like the current the current is a bit how should I put it in the best way? I don't know where it's going, and it feels off. You know, it feels a bit off. But yeah, the thing about the Zeniths are, you have the 4 difficulties, but key point, you unlock them, by slowly ascending and B rank. So far, so kind of normal. With each difficulty, they gain more health, more damage, and another move. So Zenith 4 has more can do more moves than a Zenith 1.
Yeah, or chains some moves together, especially screams.
Yeah, and also they have a few other stuff, like for example they have Zenith Blights. Those are kind of like worse version of the Elemental Blights, but there is a key thing that makes it a bit more interesting, because if you hit, at least for the Elemental ones, if you hit 55 in resistance on an on an element, it negates the Zenith Blight. So you actually have to think about, okay, how do I build that? How do I actually build that armor set to negate Zenith Blights? That's cool. Next.
Probably not sounding very cool if you stop midway through all the time.
Also, okay, big thing now. The next big part about this is that Zeniths, if you want to build the armors for the certain levels, like Zenith 1 level 1 armor, 2 armor, 3, they're consecutive upgrades, but most importantly, they need the Zenith part. The Zenith part is a guaranteed drop if you break the Zenith part. So it is more about the fight rather than, well, it's about the fight. It's not about do you have some random chance just.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have a random... it's not about a random chance, it's about the fight. You do the hard fight, you get your reward. Cool. Another part that is kind of important is the fact that when you build... like when you fight them, they all drop the same materials. That's actually kind of important. Because... I can export a bunch of shit right now. Holy shit.
How nice.
Yeah. Basically, important part is that they all drop the same resources But if you go and if you fight the higher level ones, then the the materials that were lower rarity become, that low drop chance, like 1% drop chance, become higher drop chances. So it's like, oh yeah, you know what? Even the parts where you have random drop chances, it's you do the harder fight, you have a higher chance to get them, a lot higher chance actually. That's cool. That's like, incentivizing gameplay. I like that a lot actually. Maybe that end game of Monster Hunter where you just sit there and being like, why do I just get like, what's it called? Not that 1% drop all the time. It's maybe not the best idea for the end game, it's not that motivating. And then on top of that, you have Hunting Road. Hunting Road is also cool because it is basically Monster Hunter, but a roguelite. You have some, extra Hunting Road skills you can gain a bit outside. You can only use resources you can buy inside of that mode, And so it's like, build a good weapon, build a good armor set, and you are ready to go. How long can you survive against, a set of, randomized monsters? You can always choose between two. And depending on how hard it is, you get more or less points. And, points you can buy, stuff inside of that mode, but also there's the Hunting Road shop. And if you're like, oh, hey, this kind of, material for example, armors or decorations, that's kind of shit to farm. Oh wait, it's in the Hunting Road shop. Oh cool, so you mean I don't need to rely on random drop chance, I can just play Hunting Road and have fun and then just buy this stuff. Alternative ways to get shit that is still rewarding and fun. Also, you unlock more stuff to buy and invest in the higher you go. It's like you reach stage 10, more unlocked. You reach stage 20, more unlocked. 50, more unlocked. 80, more unlocked. 100, more unlocked. Also, there's you can fight the boss if you want every 10 level, and it's extra much a point, but like, can you do the boss reliably? That's your choice. And it's like, isn't that cool how you already have two things working side by side and being interesting? You have like two things. It's like an engaging end game. Also, there are in the end actually monsters that are really, really, really fucking hard to beat. So, yes, you can technically beat Mozu Izelion if you want to, and then build his armor set, and then have the strongest armor set in the whole game. Or you can just say, I fucking killed Mozu Izelion, and just leave the flex there that it is. Because here's the thing, Mozu Izelion was a monster that wasn't beaten for 3 months after it was released. 3 months. Oh well.
Did I build railway all over Ethiopia, or did I miss any states?
I think you got everywhere.
I also added a steel factory and a
Thank you.
engine.
Thank you. That's where I was building them too. That's where my big iron mine is. If only they would hire.
You need a demand first, so
Yeah.
railways
There are 103 people working in the steel mill, so hopefully that'll do
Also,
something.
by the way, Ghost Girl,
I have the
very
railways. I have
cursed.
them, man.
you don't have steel tools yet.
I haven't researched, but because I didn't have I have 11 tooling workshops. So if I do that, then I will create 168 demand for steel.
You could just do them one by one. So just go into the attack and
Depend-
switch them.
Depends if they are
Okay,
in one state
It's
or
on the
not.
location as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
what you wrote,
Yeah.
that they should make Monster Hunter in space,
Yeah, one-
everyone uses guns, they should call it Destiny, very cursed.
I have one switched over to Steel Tools.
Well, sounds like Destiny Very Cursed would be quite the name for the game.
Cursed Destiny is
Well, yes,
actually... You know what? Cursed Destiny is like one of those names where you're like, is this a riff or is this serious?
Sep, did you want to go after Ching?
Yes.
Same.
When would you
Ching
want to
and
go after Ching?
Ideally, I was waiting for my infamy to go down a little bit more, but I don't really have a strict timeline.
Sure. Let's see. Reputable. Okay, so yeah, it's not too bad.
Yeah. I was just waiting to go down to 0 because I want to take a full state.
Okay. How much info would I get if I take Texas?
The whole of Texas?
Just Texas.
Uh,
9.2. Oh, that's not much.
yeah, well,
I
it
also-
doesn't seem to have a very high population, so...
Yeah, oh, that's a good thing. Also Rio
But
Grande.
in regards to Ching, my current... I'm more prioritizing making... putting Manchuria underneath my thumb. That said, Protectorate would be best, but I don't have the... I'm close to it, but I don't quite have the prestige just yet.
Let's see what the US does.
Ruben, just so you, in case this is the thing that you want to involve me in, I'm not in Dixie.
No, it's fine. No, I'm not I didn't intend to.
Yeah.
Oh well. But yeah, then again, at this point I don't think Bungie will do anything good with Destiny, like... I'm more surprised that you have not watched G-Witch yet, actually. Who? Gossov Girl.
G-Witch is that? Oh, okay. Wait, G-Witch is that Witch
Don't be-
Mercury
no.
or?
I can tell you that, you know what, if you want to have a spoiler about that, I can tell you. She's afraid the girlfriends would break up. She gets sad about thinking it.
Oh, why does Russia always have to fucking side with them?
Ah, that part you mean. Okay, I thought you meant it differently. I mean...
What would you want, Agonia?
Tiflis probably.
What was that, sorry?
That was
Tiflis.
Pithless.
Yeah, I want.
if I was in this, I would want Russian company. The Korean Russian company. Or the Korean American company is what I would want.
I mean, fair.
Also-
Okay, yeah, I take that one then.
If you get that, don't forget, if you can't, also remove Russia's claim. That will open it up to other colonization, but otherwise you're gonna be stuck there.
Well, actually, if you do the if you just take the puppet, it'll keep the plane because it's not Russia's claim; it's the Russian American company claim.
Yeah.
Oh, is it?
If Russia annexes them, then there's an event that turns it into Russia's claim, and if you do the purchase event, it turns it into your claim. But this means that you can take the settlement, but that said, if you conquer it, then there's no claim.
I see. Yeah. I see.
This
Yeah,
this is actually the best way of working it out,
Yeah.
because the claim belongs to the colony, and so Russia
Yeah.
could either into their own claim, or if you're just conquering, then you make it a free for all. The only reason why it doesn't expand right now is because the company doesn't start with colonial with a colonial organization, which
Yeah.
is correct.
Yeah.
Historically, they didn't colonize; they just had They're coastal settlements, and they traded with the natives inland.
Yeah.
Alaskan history, folks.
Yeah.
I mean, I can see it why you wouldn't do that, but like, I mean, that breakup. You know the thing about the breakup? The more now that you bring it up again, that was kind of stupid. Like, I know why they did it, but it's one of those moments where I would say, like, I think Gundam, The Witch from Mercury as a show overall is just one of the weakest Gundam shows, like, as a Gundam show. Like, the good part is the relationship, but, yeah, that breakup is also it's just kind of forced. It kind of is. Like, I get it to
Which breakup in Witch Mercury?
You know that moment when they have a short breakup for like 2 episodes and you just sit there being like,
Oh yeah,
groaning.
that one.
It was kind of forced. Like, this was definitely the moment where the show entered
obvious.
the whole we just do shit now and do not explain it anymore. And then people come like, it's one of the best Gundam shows, and I'm like, no it isn't. They're like,
wasn't
but
it?
it has lesbians. Listen, you know what? I'm gay as shit, but here's the thing. I like lesbians. I can say it's great. But that doesn't excuse that the show really drops at the end, like, holy shit.
Also, that's not the first time.
You know what I hate, really?
Not even prominent lesbians. Yeah, that the relationship is more in the foreground than in other Gundams, but lesbians and lesbian relationships were in Gundam before.
Yeah, also, you know what? Here's the thing I will point out. Gundam Witch from Mercury was still outgayed by Strike Witches.
Okay,
Yes.
that's not really relevant. But
I will keep saying a show about gay witches keep, like, outdoing that one show. Like, look how they have that one relationship. They couldn't even be like, it's up for interpretation. And Circuit's like, no. Sanya and Elia are a thing. Fuck you. And that for a decade. When did... Oh, you know what?
Yeah.
I just realized. The 3rd season of Strike Witches came out 2 years before... No, I mean Strike Witches came... basically is still a gayer show than most shows. People, even like, queer people all that, but this is great gay representation. And like Strike Witches still beats them. Like... You know what? You should actually watch Strike Witches. It's a fun show, because the girls are gay, and it's. I mean, okay, it can be a bit emotional, but like they don't have the big breakup shit. And Sanya is very, very jealous. Very jealous.
Yeah.
It's like,
Ayla's jealous.
No, Sanya is it? She's jealous about anyone being against, just being a bit too close to Elia. Sanya really is.
Isn't Sanya
Sanya's the Finnish girl.
the Russian and Ayla is the Finnish?
Sanya is the Finnish. Oh wait,
Sanya
Elia,
Litviak?
right?
Ayla
wrong.
Ilmatar Jutilainen?
I mixed them up. Elia is the Finnish girl. Elia is right. Elia is Finnish.
Yeah.
and-
you just hear her say Sanya so much. That's why you probably mix it up.
Yeah, Elia is very, very jealous all the time. Like, she's literally that meme, like, you're the most jealous girl I know. You know other girls? She literally is that. It's like, I send the communication outside. I use magic, but you need to, at least have some skin contact with my head for that. And, like, Elia's like, go away, that's my girlfriend. It's a life or death situation. She's like, go away from my girlfriend. She's mine.
Russia doesn't defend much, huh?
No, not really.
Yeah, Elia is very, very gay for her girlfriend. And
Yeah.
there's a
Yep.
reason. There's a reason they put those two in Brave Witches again, because they were like, yeah. I don't think any series of any show of that franchise will ever survive not having at least one episode with those two. They're like the main how's it called?
The main couple, almost
No,
prominent couple.
They're like the mascots.
Main ship?
They're the mascots. It's like, yeah.
Yeah, true.
And they're very cute. And then you also get...
I still have to add, like, we had Iron-Blooded Orphans.
Iron-Blooded Orphans was good, yeah. That was a good Gundam show, actually. I still wonder how the next one is gonna be. Wild Leaks, so, okay, can I, by the way, the show's called Gundam Quarks, apparently. Can I talk a bit about leaks?
Sure can.
Apparently it's set in an alternate timeline to the UC, where the Principality of Zeon won the 1 Year War. You know what? It wouldn't surprise me if they have that. Like, the actual writer of Utena is now writing co-writing the show with Anno, and like, okay, here's the thing. The thing is, Sunrise basically they have multiple alternate timelines, like, okay, different universes, but this one would probably be like the first real alternative timeline to the UC, I would say.
I guess.
Yeah, the thing is, like, G-Witch was was a show where they probably knew they it was not a well-running one, because they they kind of killed it off earlier than most other shows. I think it was the TV show one. I don't know which one it was, but I also like Anno's. It's also the guy who wrote Fully Cooley and like a lot of other shows. So like, it's quite the lineup. Like, the thing is that it wouldn't surprise me if Sunrise was like, get one lesbian relationship in, because they definitely looked at those numbers and were like, that's sold. Right? They looked at those yeah, obviously. They definitely looked at those numbers and were like, yeah, you know what, that's sold. But so it wouldn't surprise me if, they probably were like, hey, can you add another girl just as a, as a gay relationship. It wouldn't surprise me if that is the case, but we have to see how that is in the end, Because, again, they know that Gundam Witch from Mercury was a struggling series, because, boy, yeah, like, you don't have a show ending after 25 episodes and the last episodes just being full of ass pulls. And still being popular. Like, imagine a show, where imagine that. They still sold so much merch on that relationship alone. So we actually have the gay equivalent to Sword Art Online now, I'd say.
In which sense?
In the sense that
that's quite a statement.
The show is kind of ass, but everyone liked that relationship. Because I think Zeb said it.
Yeah, that's fair.
Zeb said it the best. Kirito is an idiot. But he's Asuna's little idiot. Also, he would have saved her.
Oh, yeah, I did say that.
Yeah. And yeah, you know what? Kirito is such a closeted trans girl, so like... Yeah. Just pointing that out. And also, like... It's so weird because, like, I know I was said I should write fan fiction about that, and I still think, like, I need an angle. But, like...
Yeah.
What?
There's tons of fan fiction about it.
I know. Maybe I should just throw my hat in the ring about how Asuna is totally there for a cute idiot girlfriend and helps her find new clothes, and helps her do her hair and make.
There was literally an arc about that.
I know, but we should go further with that, and
an entire novel, actually.
There should be a whole realization about that, though. They should have. You know what? I think I would have had a lot of respect if they actually made.
If they
The
actually
worst part of SAO is when everyone gets turned real instead of their avatars, thus ruining any potential trans metaphor cause the show fucking sucks. Yeah, that's like... I mean, that's the thing, you know. The thing, the whole story was 12 pages for a contest. And then they just kept adding stuff to that.
Yeah. It was never intended to have, like, a big word or anything. That's why they desperately tried to fix all the plot holes they had.
Like, I think the wildest part is that, you know, Kirito is, like, so obviously kind of trans and just bottling up shit.
Transcoded, at least.
Very transcoded. And it's like, yeah, it kind of sucks that they never followed through on that, because, like, yeah. As, you know, even after the series was basically out of popularity, they were, like, not even considering... Oh, no one's looking anymore. Let's just...
Yeah, they could have. Let's see if in a few years SAO Abridged goes that direction. Because they might.
Yeah.
Yeah. The Bridge series nowadays are also like, maybe you get one episode per year. Maybe.
Yeah.
If they're feeling
Good
like it.
episode.
And I'm like, you know what? Maybe don't start a project like that and don't have like a clear plan on getting at least 1 or 2 episodes out per year. Like,
Well, just to be fair, they started out like years ago with much smaller ones, and you can really tell in the 3rd episode is sort of where they switch things around, because I think that's when like the first 2 episodes and part of the 3rd are like very much the sort of typical lazy Abridged series stuff kind of thing, and then 3rd one is where they start to actually kick into high gear, have a plan, have higher production values.
Oh no, I mean
Like,
like
the first 3 episodes are like you see at least that they are ideologically well aligned to make good jokes, but then they actually have a plan.
Then they start having good jokes.
Yeah.
It's like, I mean, the best part is that they definitely play into the fact that, you know, Asuna's like is like slightly younger, and they're just scenes where she's just like, oh, she's you know, she's confined. Asuna just starts growling. It's like, yep, that's Asuna. That's Asuna.
So
That's
good.
just very
So
much
good.
her.
Bridge series is so good.
Which makes her very hot, actually. just saying, growling and snarling girls, very hot. We had that with Perrine in like the first season of. It's like, I know why she stops doing that, but it's very cute how she's like, yes, girl, snarl more, be gay. We know you like her, actually. Yeah, no, it's like,
You know what you like.
yes, indeed. So like, it wouldn't surprise me if the next Gundam show actually is again lesbian, because they saw the numbers of Gundam Witch and they were like, holy shit, that just saved so much of our show. Yeah, like, again, if you have a relationship that connects so much to people because it's actually gay and openly gay, and it just sells your merchandise, you will do that again. You will just do that again. On the other hand, it kind of fucking sucks that people just overlooked Strike Witches, because seriously, watch it and root for Ilya being very, very jealous if anyone touches her Sanya.
Root for everybody because they're all gay as hell.
They are. Listen, it's like Strike Witches has more gay couples per capita than basically every other show. Even the ones that have Yuri in their name, they're just like.
I don't like that my cavalry regiment
You're nice.
is still stuck.
I mean, I was talking about Yuri, but okay. Or Yuri Kuma Arashi. Those ones.
But you're nice. That
is just straight up fake baiting.
Or Yuri's Revenge.
Yeah, I was about to say, like, don't count Yuri, and it's not a fair comparison because Yuri is just Yuri bait.
It is.
Yeah, it's not a genuine.
What about
maybe
Licorice
there's
Recall?
a part of it that's
Licorice-
genuine, but
Is Licorice Recall gay?
What is gay?
I don't know.
Licorice Recall.
Licorice
I
think so.
don't think so. It's more
No.
like
maybe.
no, they're not. They're not. You
Implied,
know.
they-
It's implied, but they
They-
never
they-
follow through.
More of, like, best friend BFFs, like best friends forever, like that kind of thing, maybe.
It's
From
like,
what I heard,
yeah.
it's kind of there is subtext there, but they never actually outright they actually leave it up to interpretation.
I mean,
it's
considering
just-
how much.
yeah.
I mean, considering how much Kojima shills that show, there could be a second season, and they definitely saw how popular that was. The the other ones were, so like maybe they will confirm it then. I
yeah,
mean,
but the reason, like the decision making for second seasons in the anime industry is so archaic that it's impossible to tell.
It's mostly merch.
yeah.
If it sells merch.
Honestly,
Yeah.
on that point, I'm actually really shocked that Strike Witches had like an insanely good 3-season run. Like that just kept being gay. They didn't try to insert straightness. They just became more gay. Like,
Yeah.
it's like. Yeah, but if you're wondering, no, yeah, Strike Witches is gay and just becomes more gay. It's really good. Like the third season literally has a plot line about regaining your power by grabbing boobs,
Yes.
and it's very
Very funny.
It's such a good episode. Like I really noticed everyone was laughing. Like even though we didn't have the microphones on. It's just a good episode. And yeah, you have Miss I am very, very, very fucking jealous Elia. Don't touch my Sanya. Who are touching my Sanya? You are too close to my Sanya. Why don't you appreciate my Sanya? It's like, literally, everyone got cursed and like a cursed, it shows one of the other witches as priestess, and then after everyone is freed from the curse, she's like, yeah, but why did that shitty curse not choose my Sanya as priestess? She's like way more priestess than all the other girls here. Like, didn't you see her, how majestic she's? That's a thing in the show. She's like literally like, oh yeah, we just were freed from this curse, but also, you know what, that curse is shit. It doesn't recognize how great my girlfriend is. It is so good. That girl is just... oh god.
He's the heavy. Oh my god, who touched Sonya?
Who touched my
Who
son?
touched my girl?
Who touched my girl? And you have like, and then also you have, I am a very stoic German person, and I really, really actually love my gremlin. That ADHD gremlin, is more loved than like, you're like, but doesn't she? No, she fucking loves her. Like, she literally lives in a room.
Room,
Diaper.
we can end the war, I think. Oh, not anymore. Now, but I don't know. The war girls don't. Ah, yeah, now we can actually see. Thank you.
Yeah, it's so funny because they
Yeah, well, I'm just about taking over the capital of Russia, so
I mean, the thing is, like, since season 2, because both are like living in the same room, and
it should be over soon.
Nice.
her gremlin just has one side, and there's just the pile TM, and the pile grows. It is just growing all the time.
In the sideshow,
big
you
murder.
actually see that she has potatoes in there that are sprouting.
Yes,
So it might be smelling very earthy in there.
it is so goddamn
mean,
great, and she's just there.
Relatable.
And then like, oh no, my gremlin got hurt. I will take revenge that you cannot imagine. And you're like, damn. Yeah, she's very gung ho for her girlfriend. It's a Strike Witches is a great show, but yeah, I think the next Gundam show is possibly it's probably also gonna be gay. Oh, I have multiculturalism. No cultures are discriminated against. Ooh, it actually boosted my fucking income.
Yes.
What? Yes.
See, they might now get better wages in the long run when they assimilate. Also, your whole election process is over, so lots of movements getting their shit together now. It's like one part. But people getting higher wages, and if you have the consumer goods to support their raised needs, then, more money.
Yeah.
How badly are the Ottomans being beaten up on? I haven't really been keeping track.
The Ottomans
Oh,
can't
they
be...
were in a revolution last time I checked. So
Then you haven't
Okay,
checked
'cause that-
recently.
I have not.
Yeah.
Okay, because they're offering me an alliance.
Oh, that's nice. Help my little Ottomans.
Okay. I was
At the
kind
very
of
least, they
angling
might
for
be
that,
useful
but
for taking on Egypt.
yeah, that's what I was thinking. I was angling for them to double team Egypt, but I wasn't sure
Nice.
how well that would go.
I'm getting player
Yeah.
help to expand my market now.
Because I want at least Ethiopian Eritrea, the Egyptian Eritrea, and possibly also Sudan will be nice. Basically, anything on top of that I can take will be nice. Blue Nile, Kordofan,
Okay, so I am actually gonna
Dongola.
You're gonna?
Dongola, it's a state in Central Egypt. I am not annexing Obama. Let me be clear.
yeah. By the way, I have a few things to talk about. Because the thing is, when people are saying, about the whole, is that, the alternate timeline thing, I want to point something out here. See, this is the new Gundam. That's a Xeon design.
Oh,
Like, it's a Gundam, okay.
Yeah.
we can win, I guess. Great. We won.
Yeah, we all get what we want. Yeah.
This game is maps, opera music, then someone has says something like, I started in apartheid. I mean,
Yes.
You generally
Yeah.
transfer apartheid to you, and then you make it a liberal hellhole.
yeah. Like, so the thing is, there are a few indications on why that is the case. This is, by the way, the render of the model, and like, I probably will get that Gunpla. So, you know what? Gunpla building again. We should do that. I should do that again. I have actually a Zaku here. So the thing that I think the most prominent part on why I think this is actually an alternate timeline and where Xeon won, okay?
Oh no.
This is a Xeon design. This literally looks like if Xeon made a Gundam.
Yeah, true. They have access.
But what?
They have access. So
Yes, Xeon
Yeah.
uses heat access.
And I saw, like, I think there was a shot in the trailer, I think, of something that was
Of a
clearly a
Zaku.
Zaku head.
It is a Zaku,
Yeah.
so I was like, okay, this is
Yeah.
probably connected to the UC. We had a few versions of that, but like, first of all, this is a Zaku. Okay, this is Char's Zaku, but like, first of all, things that stand out is like, again, you have, for example, the much more rounded design. The feet are much closer to Zaku's than to Gundams. Like was the RX-78, I think. Yeah, I still need to get a model for that, actually. Like, look at this. This is roughly what most Gundams look on. They are more, they're not rounded, okay? They're like very,
Also, that
Blocky.
you want
they're blocky, yes.
You wanted something from
Yeah.
Jing? I think.
Well, Beijing liberating Mongolia and I want Manchuria. That's my current aspiration.
I would probably get Shandong then. Then we have land borders. No, not land border, but it's a good state.
I mean, like, after my infamy goes down, I'd probably go after Heba, and Shaanxi as well. Maybe, I don't know.
You instantly get Alaska, proletariat revolt.
Oh, it was that revolt was going on before you got Alaska. So,
Is it?
Yeah. oh wow, the U.S. is guaranteeing my independence all of a sudden.
Nice.
By the way, I'm at 3.8 infamy, so I'm very close to being fine with attacking China.
I've got 0 infamy, which is good.
I'm at 22.
Well, the Philippines cost me a bit. So that said, I am 24 prestige away from becoming an unrecognized major.
Can't.
Oh, do you need recognition? Or... No.
No, I haven't become an unrecognized major. I haven't reached that point yet.
Oh, okay.
You can't.
Oh, Lena, is there anything you want me to do for the economy? Or...
Give me a second.
It's probably more of an economy thing.
Well, a few more boats would do it probably.
Actually, yeah, that's a good point. I just realized that a few more boats might do it.
Let me check if what I need.
The thing is, most Gundams look like that. They're like, I mean, what is it now? Synth Modernist robot. Okay, it's not something I can. It's, you know, the Gundam RX. You have like the. I mean, even the goofy ones like Turn A Gundam, which is probably the most quote unquote round one, is more like it is blocky, and they still have heels, but it's definitely different. And you know, the head is round and there's like the mustache. Turn A Gundam is funny. You have like, yeah, it's like. You know, Barbatos, also great design, but blocky. This is round. It still has blocky parts, but this is a Zaku design. It is much, much rounder. And even the crown is rounder. It's like... It is very interesting. And again, Heat Axe. It just stands on like the two, like just two things. It's like, this is, again, this is more like if Zeon made a Gundam. So yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if that's
Angle?
if that is actually the angle they're going for. That it's that they are going for, okay, hey, you know, girls are round and boys are square. I mean, you know what, if we're going by that, I mean, Gundam Ariel was also, I mean, Ariel was also a bit rounder, but like, Gundam Ariel Rebuild also more blocky, and like, Ariel also a lot more, you know, straight, like,
It still looks pointy at the edges.
It's still pointy. This one is just, this is Zaku. This is, it just screams Zaku, you know? And I fucking love the design. Like, the more I looked at it, the more I was like, oh, yeah, you know what? I actually dig that design a lot. I dig it a lot.
You know what my first thought was when I saw that Gundam? Mm-hmm. Studio Trigger.
I mean, you know who, you know who works on it, which studio, right? It's a cooperation between Kara and Sunrise. It's the Evangelion people. Yeah. It's specifically Kara and Sunrise.
So, my counterpoint, maybe they just want the Gundam to look sexier. Give it curves.
I mean, okay.
Unga bunga man.
Here's the thing. If anyone's like, wait, is a robot sexy? Listen up. This is a pro robot fucker show, and this mecha here right now is sexy. Honestly,
the only people who don't think that robots can be sexy are people who don't understand why what's it based? Darling in the Franxx was popular.
I mean,
I don't think it was a good show, but I understand why it was popular.
I have to break one thing for them. It was good until they were forced by fans and death threats to change it.
It was good, and then it was Shinzo Abe propaganda. Like, okay, but yeah, you know what? Here's the thing. People said like Ariel. Okay, you know what? Ariel. When we talk hotness, kinda mid. I know. There are a lot of Ariel fans. Ariel is a good design. But like, not it's not that hunking design like big shoulders like Barbatos, but like I don't know how this Gundam is called like, but them legs and like that waist and like also shoulders. It's like here's the thing. Aerial, solid, but not really a good shoulder game. And everything is just a bit too, it's not curved. Like, Barbatos has some curves and good shoulder game. This one has them legs, good proportions, big chest, and good shoulders. This is...
Don't forget the hip. Don't forget the hip.
Yes, and the hip. Like, this is a certified fuckable robot.
Oh, God.
I mean, yes, but also I'm bisexual, so I can go for the more male mechas. That's doable for me.
Wherever floats your boat, I guess.
Yeah.
No, whatever transports you to space.
Anyway.
So, Goth Girls, so you're saying that Barbatos is a femboy? Is that what you're saying?
Who knows? I mean, also, okay,
I
here's
can
the
get
thing.
behind that. I can get behind that.
Also, like, I'd say Barbatos transitions because Lupus Rex at the end is very, very bestial, and that is actually very hot. So, like, Barbatos actually transitions from, more feminine, samurai archetype, but then to bestial lesbian.
So, because I have mutual investment rights with Britain now, my private sector is building railways in India.
Yeah, if
I
it's
want to say,
profitable, yes.
look at this, bigger claws, longer legs, tail. It's very feral, very good.
Yeah.
Very good. It's like Barbatos should be wearing cat ears. I mean it's more of a wolf/dog, but yes.
Nyabatos.
Yeah. But yeah, no, this is like, okay, here's the thing. I like Zaku's anyway. I still need to build Char's Zaku. I have it here. Because like I have a mini Char's Zaku, like a chibi line, and I have a high grade line, and I kind of want to build the high grade line, and I have a chibi for the RX-78, and I do want to get a high grade RX-78 so I can have both of them in on the shelf and be like very normal things.
Okay, so
But yeah,
my
this is,
prestige has gone up 18. So
Again?
I'm not quite there yet, but
Close.
I do agree with the idea of this is probably a Zaku line. This is a Xeon dominated timeline. I wonder how that turned out. Probably like that's the interesting part. We know that with the loss of Xeon, a lot of bad shit went down. So it's gonna be interesting to see. Okay, here's the thing. This is probably gonna be the biggest thing where I'm like kind of afraid that they could stumble on. And that is the fact that so Xeon was bad. I think we can all agree that they're fascists. They're bad. Now, the big thing though, if Xeon winning turns out to be a better timeline, bad implications actually.
Bad implication, unless they had some other tumultuous things that liberalized them a lot.
That could be the case, yeah. Who knows? But,
Also, so the impression I got from the trailer and some of those things I've seen is that it is kind of
Viria,
sort of
hello.
dystopian setting.
Thank you for the follow. I didn't know you were lurking in the chat. Are you? I don't know.
Why is there a shortage of steamers yet? There's a port and it's connected.
Probably is this fully employed?
It's just no, not yet, but it's in Texas.
Yeah. No.
Could just be a glitch.
Viria just followed me on Twitch, so like, oh hey, hi. I don't know if she hears it, but hi.
You mean the shipyard that isn't built yet?
I'm building one just in case, but it says there's no iron and no everything. Even though it should be importing it because there's a port, but
Yeah, there's a port, and the port is employing. I see that.
Because there's shortages,
Yes.
basically.
Maybe release them as Texas.
The certified
No,
dragon
it could-
connoisseur.
Is the C node maybe was the C node rated or something? That there's like a blue in infrastructure, a blue.
It says there's zero
Aw.
node. There's zero C. Well, zero convoys going there.
It could have
You know
been.
what? It's probably taking
It could be the
time.
bug.
It's probably struggling to import the goods that it needs to run the port.
You know what I'm thinking? This is the Mexico C node. It was probably just rated because of the war with Mexico and stuff.
I mean, if
They
you
take way too long to.
if you think so, but like, yeah, take care of yourself. Hope you're feeling better. Night, and hope you feel better later.
Night.
Yeah.
Feeling better is good.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'd say give it a couple of weeks to see if Texas will connect, and otherwise it might be that bug again.
That's it. So I would say give it like 12 or 15 weeks because it's currently building shipyards in Texas and they have coal mines, which means that once those are built, they'll be able to supply the port.
Yeah. But like, yeah, just to wrap this up. Yeah, new Gundam design. I think Gundam Quarks is it supposed to say. I think that weird name is supposed to be spelled Quarks. So
Yeah,
Um,
like the transliteration of the Japanese pronunciation clearly showed like it's G-Quacks, basically.
G-Quacks.
Yeah, if
Wild.
on Wikipedia they give the translation. Yeah.
Okay, where do I have in what state text? Why do I have a...
Quacks?
Oh
What
my
is this?
god!
Rails?
Okay, because everything was added, it suddenly was like, there's a famine in the British market. What happened now?
Problems.
Texas being Texas, the weird shipping bug. I don't know.
So you have confirmed that it's not a convoy shortage in general from being raided or something?
No.
Well,
Like-
hold on, Ruben. The port doesn't have access to any any steamers, so it's completely inefficient. That's probably that might be what's going on. Just let the shipyards build. They'll be done in 8 weeks.
Then let
Yeah,
me
fine.
just-
Yeah, we'll see how it goes.
Don't unpause, by the way. Oh, who did that?
Sorry.
Ah, can't you see I am dealing with shit right now?
No?
God damn
India
it!
moment.
It's just like, yep, India just it is broken again. Now it is whole again. Okay.
There you have
Less-
multiculturalism, and now they're bickering over different shit.
Yeah. Okay, what are we going to do now?
Annex them?
I will annex a bunch of them, yes. I can do that on my own. But time to actually put
Time
up
to
some
offer
wall.
military assistance.
I mean, if you want to, yeah, for what actually?
Huh? That's not forward. That's
Oh,
just
okay, yeah.
thing. Maybe an obligation. but-
Okay, conquer. So what do we want? We want definitely...
By the way, I'm very close to being able to fight Manchuria and Qing.
That's nice. I'm waiting for that done as well.
Yeah, I got up to 234. I need to get up to 240. Then I can subjugate Manchuria. So there were so many Koreans in Hawaii that they struggled to fill their port and railway for a little while.
Wait, that doesn't make sense because there's too many Koreans?
Yeah, they were taking so many jobs.
Okay.
There's 75% of the Hawaiian Islands is Korean.
Maybe they just kind of love the weather.
Maybe.
I mean, would you ever move to Hawaii?
No.
Why?
Okay, let me explain.
Well, living costs, isn't it really expensive?
You never want to live in Hawaii. Just visit as a tourist or rent for a little bit.
Aren't living costs extortion?
So living costs are expensive. Goods are not. Goods tend to be a bit expensive. There's water shortage issues. Like, for example, anyone who grows up on Hawaii, it is part of your education learning about how to manage water shortages because they have barely any fresh water. Also, everybody is packed onto one island. To get between the islands, the most efficient way, and pretty much the only viable option, is plane travel. You can't really do ferries because there's too much ocean water. Because you are on islands that are peaks in the ocean, and so there's no like shallows really that connects it all together.
Yeah, that is one thing.
Unpopulated islands. Essentially, Hawaii is a tourist destination, and the population that lives there is very poor, leaning, and they work in service industries mostly. And even on top of all of that, what they pay for to live there is expensive. Hawaii is not a place to live, it's a place to visit. Unless you're native. In which case that could also be true because sometimes politics can be shit and sometimes the native population is not taken care of properly. Mm-hmm. And when I say sometimes, I do genuinely mean sometimes, and I'm not being like sarcastic in that. Because they are properly taken care of at times. It's just not all the time.
Well, what's your problem now?
It's just I need to.
That's micro.
I know.
Technically, you can do that while the game is running.
Not to mention you have essentially a minute and a half until the war actually starts.
Yeah, and also I mean they had like a train once and then they ripped it out.
Huh?
Hawaii. And now they want to rebuild the train.
They want to expand the train line, the one on Honolulu. Their metro still is running from what last I checked. It's just there's not too much use for it. There's some oddities with it, but it's okay for now. But the key thing is that when it comes to traveling around Hawaii, nothing makes more sense than flying. And that's just geography.
Yes, but what if they build a hyperloop?
God. You know why did you do this to me? Why am I doing this?
They could do it if they put it inside the volcano.
Don't.
No,
dude, I will tempt Elon on this. I will tempt him.
Let them build it in the volcano. Let them build it in the volcano, and when he goes to inaugurate with all like every CEO and capitalist that tags along with him, let them travel in the volcano, and then you open the floodgates.
So it's
you can just make it the entire Doge.
Do you remember the whole? Do you remember the Incredibles? How
oh god,
that guy had a big volcano. You just could have turned it into.
Oh god.
Oh, amazing! Yeah. I mean, amazing. Who knows? We went from mecha fucking to Hyperloop on Hawaii. Like, good
No,
lord.
see, you even have the marketing already. Hawaii Hyperloop.
No, I'm pissing out. No, sorry.
Oh my god, I don't know if you thought of this, but you do realize that's essentially, like saying that it's a Chinese company too. You know the electronics company in China?
Huawei.
Huawei?
Hyperloop.
Yeah.
No, not Huawei. Hawaii Hyperloop.
Hawaii Hyperloop. Hawaii Hyperloop.
Yeah, but you've got the phonetics are very close.
I
Close
know.
enough that
That's probably more the thing. That's like
the phonetics are even closer than China and China.
China. Okay, fuck. I'm back in a second.
What's going on?
What? It is painful.
Ah, it's just painful. Okay.
I love inflicting psychic damage on my friends.
Yeah.
It was super effective.
So when are we
Yeah, I've
attacking
just got the
Jing?
glitch where the C node is not working properly. Oh god.
Oh, that's not good.
Yeah, we might have to.
Reload, then we probably have to wait for Neo
Maybe.
to come back.
Yeah.
Oh, why can't I support the? Like, why can't I support Nine in the Water? It's so annoying.
Good question. Yeah, your war has started.
I know.
Okay.
It should resolve itself.
It should resolve itself. Okay.
Okay,
Will it
go.
resolve?
Big frogs.
Yeah, but we need to ask you to save and reload to save the C node.
Then stop the game.
Yeah.
I made it to major power. Well,
Nice.
unrecognized major.
Nice.
So, now
What
that
happened?
Now
Oh, me
that
too.
you're
I
back,
recognize you.
we can probably stop and reload to save the C node.
Why didn't any one of you stop then?
Oh, because we didn't want to.
Okay, why do
I am actually above you somehow.
Okay.
Zip.
What?
I'm actually one rank above you somehow.
Yeah, well,
No,
so
no.
I struggled with some of my expansion. You've been expanding into Africa, and you probably had like some, like you have more potential for military, or more reason for military expansion than I did.
Yeah. Yeah, the Great Lakes
How
states
do you
also
want
are
to reload
surprisingly
this?
wonderful.
You saved the game.
I saved it. Do you want to completely close the game?
I would assume so.
Yeah.
What happens?
Yeah,
C-node.
one of the C node in the Gulf of Mexico was broken,
No,
supposedly.
Yeah. I already told
it's-
you
it's
that
that
like
bug
3
again.
times,
Yeah.
by the way.
no, you didn't. Again, why
Yes,
didn't?
to save the C node.
And it's been said a couple of times. You weren't paying attention.
Then I do need to ask the question: why did no one of you actually stop the game on your own?
Because we didn't want to.
We're waiting until you got back.
We were trying to see if the C node was actually broken or if it would fix itself.
Okay.
That's why we were continuing to play, despite the problem.
Because I had like in the game, like in the Independence game, like I had the issue with Puerto Rico a couple times where it was the bug, but
Yeah.
then also I think the game after that I thought I had the issue, but that it was just I needed time to resolve it. So we were trying to see if that's what the case, but it didn't resolve it. So it is still that same bug most likely. And
Yeah.
I hopefully
Luckily,
after
we haven't
after reloading,
encountered the bugs I had in my single player game, and that's capitals do not count.
Oh yeah, that's a bad one. That's a bad one.
Yeah. I had that a few times. I conquered all of France, and it told me, yeah, you don't have the capital. And then I looked where the capital was, and it was still in France. So,
Yeah, that just happened a few times.
Oh, I think the beta patch said that there was that they fixed that bug.
No, it was something different. I don't think it was that.
I know.
Wow.
I haven't read it. Have you read it?
It was something with a
I
capital
read
returning.
it, but I didn't understand what exactly the bug was that it fixed regarding occupation.
Yeah. Have you read it?
I think I read it, but I don't think it describes that bug. You can join, by the way.
Yeah, I'm restarting the game still.
It's like full restart of the entire game, or just
Yeah.
load back in?
Yes, restart the entire game.
That's what we said.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, and during that, let's just look more at Hot Gundam. Very, very, very sexy thighs. Thighs, sorry.
Stupid.
What?
The brain is stupid.
What is stupid?
My brain.
Why?
Because you said Thai weirdly, apparently.
Mm-hmm.
And then I was thinking about all the other similar words. And my brain ended up with a Japanese businessman doing martial arts and running and playing the Star Wars TIE Fighter noises.
AET
Oh, I see it.
moment.
Yeah,
Agonia?
Hmm?
I understand.
thank you.
ADHD solidarity, I suppose.
I will say this is one of the things that is my in, I guess, with a lot of the communities that I'm in.
Mm-hmm.
Surprisingly enough, like, so straight cis guy here. A lot of the communities I'm in are very queer heavy.
Mhm.
But yeah, I have ADHD, and that's that is a what's the word? Connection, I guess. That's
Yeah?
what's the thing?
Bonding point.
Connecting
Yeah, a
point.
bonding point, I guess. Yeah, connecting point. Yeah. Instead of just being like, oh, I'm just like, instead of just being some like random neurotypical, straight white dude, I have something, which is my brain.
Yay.
It likes to fuck with me sometimes.
Oh yeah. It's a thing that happens way too often.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, so we actually watched a German stand-up comedian today, and he talked about, having autism and ADHD, and he was like, if God existed, he was like, you don't have a brain, you have a bouncy ball, and that bouncy ball is interested in trains.
Yeah, plus like that bouncy ball can't concentrate on trains.
Yes.
Also, don't bounce the bouncy ball, please. It won't work too well, and you can't enjoy trains as much if you bounce too much.
Yes.
It's like, I don't know what to say, but like every time, and like it's like, oh boy, like I think ADHD and having ADHD and autism sometimes just like, yep, it's just two types of very dysfunctional and expected to work somehow.
Yeah. It has its ups, but it has its downs as well.
Very high ups and have
No,
very.
this is the duality of the human body. We can be so dysfunctional that we function on a high level
Yeah,
in specific
Except when
conditions.
you don't.
Except when you don't.
Exactly.
Selective
Exactly.
functioning.
But you neither need autism nor ADHD to not function. So
Yeah,
everyone can relate.
That is true, but that's getting less into a psychological point of view and more into a biological point of view, probably.
How was that? On your out of context account? Fuck high functioning ADHD. I have highly dependent ADHD. Not wrong, I would say.
There are like certain circumstances where I work really well. And then I get asked a weird question I didn't prepare for at a doctor, and I'm like, yeah, no. Brain doesn't work anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Initializing game. Oh, I'm back.
Lena's missing.
Yeah, because she doesn't have it on an SSD.
Ah.
No.
Unless that changed, but I doubt it. Otherwise, you would be here.
No. Yeah.
Now, this might just be my perspective being weird, but HDDs aren't that bad speed.
What?
I believe I also have it on external HDD, which also slows things down a bit.
Oh. Oh,
Are you
yeah.
using a SATA? Are you using a SATA connection or just USB-C? Or USB, sorry.
USB, I believe.
That's why.
Yeah. Let me see if it's actually. No, actually, this is on the internal one, I believe.
Internal?
Yeah,
Okay,
it's
so
on-
you've
it's on
been
the-
using
it's on the
SATA.
Yeah, this is on the internal HDD.
So it shouldn't be that.
I think
No.
SSDs are just so much faster.
yes.
Yeah.
But of
Like,
course they are more expensive.
Also
as
more
well.
expensive. Yeah, that's the
Yeah,
thing.
I think my perspective is skewed because I'm used to how I'm used to like the end turns of old Total War, where you could like start doing chores in between turns.
Honestly, like Total War. I really want to play Total Warhammer. It's a really fun game. I do enjoy it on rare
They've
occasions,
optimized
but
it
the
too much, honestly. I play so as someone who plays ungodly amounts of hours of Total War, they've optimized the game so much that I can't do my chores in between turn times, which is what I used
like,
to do. So I am less productive
it's
now.
not even just the turn time. Like the turn times, I can kind of think it's a loading time in and out of battle.
Oh yeah.
Like that,
Yeah,
like I want to play it. I want to enjoy it. It is a really fun, really cool game. But like I play like 1 or 2 battles, and I'm like, no, I'm done. Like I cannot stand this repeatedly. Like if a game takes a long time to launch, that's fine. My RimWorld, but currently my mod list has a horrendous memory leak, so I need to. I haven't been able to play it in ages. But like even before, I have so many mods on there that it would take like 30 minutes to launch straight up. But that's like, that's one time and then it works. And I'm like, okay, I'm fine with that. I can handle that. But if it's every time I go into a battle, which, it's Total War, that will happen a lot. Every time I'm sitting there waiting for like 5 minutes to get into the battle, and then I fight the battle and waiting for 5 minutes to load back out of the battle, I'm like, yeah, no, I can't play like this. And even if it's more optimized than it used to be, like it's still, I just can't handle that.
Oh yeah, definitely. That's a struggle with Total War, is the loading times between battles.
Yeah,
it's why it's why I've upgraded my PC over the years.
Yeah.
I mean, there were times when
Of course, that costs money as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You need to pass up the right moment. Like before the whole crypto thing started, lots of PC parts, especially SSDs as well, were pretty cheap.
Yeah.
SSDs are pretty good right now. Same with monitors, but
Yeah,
the rest of it is
I think
pricey.
recently.
Yeah, last I checked, I think SSDs were still pretty much like twice as expensive as HDDs for the same storage space. So like I have, I even have an extra external ACD here on my desk that I've had since January. Like I think it arrived on like the 3rd or like the very start of January. But like I said, like I've spoken about before, like my power setup is so horrendous. I do not have any free sockets, and it's now December, and I still haven't actually remembered to get like a better get more extensions to redo my power setup. So it's still just here on my desk, essentially being a paperweight. But yeah, I get if I got this one for I think 120 euros, maybe 108. It's like a 4 terabyte drive. For that same price for an SSD, I'd get like 1 or 2 terabyte, like half or a quarter of the storage space. And I'm like, no, I just like in most cases, I mostly play single player. Like the long loading times, long loading times are a bit annoying, but I can deal with it. And I want the storage space more than the connection speed.
Well,
So I'm like, yeah, I'll still stick with the cheaper ATDs. But most of the time, it's fine for my purposes, and I'm in the game.
Great.
Okay.
Nice. It's not like me where I play stuff like Delta Force Hawk Ops.
So, if I were to make Manchuria into a tributary, Qing might join, but Russia would definitely join. Now, if I were to do, say, demand Beijing, if it'll let me look at that option.
Then Manchuria would join.
Yeah. Well, I need to readjust my interests because that's in North China.
Yep.
Let's see.
All right.
Yeah. Question then: do we want a 2-front war because I have Dynam as a puppet, or do we just want 1 front?
Probably 1 front is safer because then we can expand the fronts as needed.
Then I will exclude them from service.
I'm just trying to think of the method because if we go against Great Qing first before Manchuria.
Mm-hmm.
Well, so if we attack Manchuria, if you attack Qing in North China, that would bring Manchuria in.
Yeah.
Okay, so if they join in, then I'll join in for the tributary. If not, then I'll join in for Beijing, and then Manchuria can be dealt with later. Probably alongside Russia, I guess.
Ruben, you in?
Yep.
Okay, then so I should start that play now.
Hold on. I think I need a little bit more time for my interest to. Yeah, I'm at 87% in China.
Okay, then we wait.
In North China.
Yeah, I have going on Shandong as said. That should be in North China.
Okay. Yeah. Yep. Okay, I'm in.
Okay, then I start.
I'm in the play.
Mm-hmm.
And so what we can probably do is...
Yeah, I can liberate
just
Mongolia
two,
and stuff. If you want.
Oh, that would be great.
There's no problem. I'm the main war leader. I have 130
Yeah,
maneuvers.
it's probably best that you're the war leader because you have so many maneuvers.
Mm-hmm. Then I will invite you all first.
think I'll probably take Eastern Guangdong.
Mhm.
Because I've got Hong Kong already.
Sure. So then, you both want to send the invites?
Yes.
I'll send the invite. I'm more interested in Manchuria right now than I am. I want to see what Manchuria does.
Nothing. They are not in
before
the
I-
play anymore. They declared neutrality.
Oh, they did? I still see them on the thing.
I don't.
They side with Ching
Oh, nice.
on my side.
Now they did. Yes. Okay, for me they went in the play beforehand. Well,
Wargals make tributary Manchu territory. Ruben, don't forget your front in South China.
I'm sending 100 troops.
Okay.
then let's get some war reps. That's always nice.
Oh,
Oh, okay. Oh,
They
they're
backed down.
Aww.
wait, shouldn't my demand have been primary?
Probably not, because they are not the primary target state, like country and stuff.
Mmm.
But
We were too good. We were too strong.
yeah,
Too
basically.
intimidating.
But we can help Zep getting other stuff now. Like if you want something from Manchuria.
I'm just trying to think if your alliance. You don't have a truce with Manchuria, so if I go in on Manchuria itself, then we can just then you should be able to join, even though you have a truce with China.
Yes. It should be the case. Let me see. Diplomatic demands, conquering. Yeah, I can conquer them if I want to.
Okay, so I'm gonna make the play in. You all have an interest in Manchuria?
I have?
Yes.
I do not.
Okay, well, I'm gonna start the play for Manchuria.
Now activating a play in interest in Manchuria, because I actually have one.
I mean, you probably don't need much help, really, do you?
If Russia joins, yes.
My only
Oh, wait, no.
if Russia joins, or especially if China joins, then I do need help.
Yeah.
I'm still behind. I'm still a little bit behind Russia in tech, probably, or at the very least, the capacity to finance it, the war that is. But it does look like Russia and Qing might join this.
Yeah, very likely.
And I've got 85 maneuvers, so I got to be careful about what I do, or like what my demands are. Okay, they have both joined. What do you two want?
Well, that's the question now.
What can be offered?
Pretty much everything.
Do you want something of substance, or do you
How about
not care?
Let's liberate some countries. I'm going to liberate Mongolia.
How about we liberate Ukraine as well?
Oh, okay, yeah, sure.
Mongols liberate country.
Ukraine, I'll send.
Okay.
Let's see. So I have 32. So I think I'll go after Russian Siberia.
I mean, there's gold there, there's oil there. That's quite useful.
Which settlements, which places have gold and oil?
Pretty much
Oh, there's
everything to your
Okhotsk.
right.
Yeah. Okay. And to my right and north, got it. Okay. Then in that place, that one. And then I can do that one. I think I should just go after it all while I've got the opportunity.
Yeah.
Going over 50, I can just decay and deal with that. Shouldn't, as long as they don't go too far over, it shouldn't be a problem. Okay, so that one, that one, that one, that one, and Yakutsk. Do I have that on there? No, I don't. So that will probably be the last state I grab. Because cheetah's expensive. Yeah. I got a bit over my goal, but...
Getting greedy.
Yeah. Well, I don't think I'll fight Russia again, so...
Oh, we could
Yeah.
we could beat them up.
Yeah. But also fighting Russia is a good opportunity to gain progress on my goal. What's it called? Oh, let's get Russian war reps for myself as well, since that's still on the table. I'm blanking out on what I was gonna say. ADHD.
Yeah.
But yeah, I will soon be less so Korea, more so the Far East.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
But yes,
Look at me
how you,
willingly going after Siberia. Yeah, what are you gonna say?
how are you going to deal with the tariffs on like tech and stuff? Like if you're upgrading your PC or anything like that.
Well, so that's part of why I am. That's part of why I'm looking into getting the car right now, is because tariff, like, so the tariffs are just going to make everything more expensive. Even the threat of, even like the threat of them is already making things more expensive. By the way,
Or having more people
my
panic buy or.
yeah, my front line needs backup.
Don't worry, I'll invade northern Russia. Is it,
Oh, the Norwegian
Kola?
Communist Revolt.
Oh,
Put your team on the defensive and outdraw them away. Won't be too long.
oh, wow. Wow.
Why are you fighting?
And I'll also
actually?
start raiding over here as well.
Oh,
Mongolia. Yeah, it's interesting you don't.
And
get...
I am slowly stripping up my army as well. You know what? Now that I think about it, conscripts are a good way to get rid of unemployment. Well, maybe not a good way, but they are a way to get rid of unemployment. Because you're hiring the unemployed.
I mean, it's not wrong.
Yeah, you just need some for
Okay,
war.
hold on. Yeah.
Yes.
I was not thinking what you're thinking. which is killing my pops. I was thinking, oh, these people don't have a job. I'll give them a job as conscripts.
Yeah, but then they're also dead and don't need a job anymore, so that also...
Yeah, but you could technically just make a forever war against Sikkim. And then have them online all the time.
I love how that we are really...
Yeah.
You're literally just playing the evil simulator all the time, every time.
Well, I can't...
I mean, it's Victoria 3.
Yeah.
I will
Yes.
say it is. So there, I can get why people are fun IRL because, fun. Ugh. I can get why people are evil IRL because there is a cruel part of our brain that might enjoy that on an instinctual level, I guess. That said, why? Like, being cruel IRL is not very fun, and it's not something that people should want to do.
Yeah.
That is a no-no.
Which is why it's fun to do in video games, because that doesn't actually impact people.
Yep.
Or that much. More like...
Yeah.
In general, yeah.
Okay, that's another cleaned up. Let's...
Ooh, guess what? The singular piece of artillery from Boney has arrived on the front to help. Truly beneficial, truly helpful. Philippines is giving me a problem, though. They're being a little problematic in trying to raise their autonomy a bit.
Time to cancel them.
Well, so speaking of, the Philippines have actually been in the news recently.
Oh yeah, right. The
what
Marcos is in power again.
Yeah.
Welcome back, 1960s.
We didn't start the fire.
You know what? The saddest part is that we don't have anyone remember that the funny thing that happened during Black Ops 2 when that game released? So the game also is set, in the 70s, 80s. During the whole thing where the US kind of invaded Panama. Remember that thing? And they have a certain dictator in that campaign. He's kind of an asshole. So that dictator sued Activision because his grandchild played the game and was like, Grandpa, were you really that horrible? He was like, I have to sue Activision. And they were like, lol, LMAO. Imagine if your fucking grandpa shows up in Call of Duty and they're like, yep, that guy is horrible. Like, holy shit, that guy is horrible. That was funny.
You know what? This is also fucking up Russia because Russia was buying a lot of my grain.
Wait, what? Why is Mexico joined? Oh my god, Mexico joined.
Mexico joined. Hashtag.
What do they want?
What?
Oh, because they're Russia's protectorate. Maybe that's why.
Oh,
Oh, for the love-
wait, really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, they
Yeah.
are. Oh yeah, I forgot. We started this game when Russia had an obsession with America.
Yeah, for some reason they had that.
I hold the 100
They
battalion,
keep
but
like,
Zep definitely needs help. Slowly. No?
yes, but also I think I am holding the line a little bit now that I've got some support.
Yeah, I sent 100 troops
Yeah.
to your front
Yeah.
The
line.
problem is they
Don't
only
worry,
want
I'll
the two
take-
northern states of you. So if they get them to 100%, you will be ticking out of the
Yeah. Well, actually, Russia wants a treaty port on my capital.
True, but if Russia is okay with not getting that, then Manchuria can
Yeah,
enforce.
then that would be a problem.
I'm already starting to cap Ingra. Or starting to take St. Petersburg.
Oh wow, I've gotten to adoption on trying to pass landed voting with a 6% chance of success.
Nice.
Nice.
Funny, it's time to sack
Uh,
St. Petersburg again.
Ruben, just so you know, that landing seems to have split the front.
That was my
What
landing.
landing?
Oh, sorry, no. Gonia, yeah.
Yeah, it seems.
Your landing split the front of it.
Which is not good. I intended to
Yeah.
like go above,
Extend it, yeah.
but
Yeah.
apparently. But you're at the plus.
Yeah, I don't know why the... Yeah, I'm at the plus there, so if we keep things steady, then I should be able to push. In fact, I'm going to find my better pushers and have them start attacking. Because I think we've weakened the Manchurian army a good amount. No, it was actually the Qing army that we weakened.
Okay, Russian war support should now be going down a good bit because we took the capital.
Nice. Nice, Ruben.
Yeah. They nowadays seem to not defend Kola at all.
Oh,
Yeah, they really don't.
I think it's probably because they assume that Finland is guarding it.
that could be.
Yeah.
Assuming the AI can think.
Big assumption.
Then again, Russia's strategic decision making being competent is not exactly ahistorical.
That is true.
That is true.
It's like, oh no, what?
Oh, the two fronts split because they took Heliozhang, or however you pronounce that. Uh-oh. I'm gonna go back onto defense. Oh wow, Borneo's successfully attacked a little bit.
Why is Russia so chill about me literally sacking the capital?
Good question.
Probably maybe it's because it takes so long for them to cross the continent.
Yeah, and if you
Maybe. I don't know.
yeah,
They're not sending troops.
oh, they're sending some, but they don't have many in the first place. And at least not many mobilized. Like most of their shit is in Manchuria.
Also, they did the same thing against Napoleon, and they just got him on the way back out.
Yeah, that's technically the right thing, but doesn't vibe with the game mechanics.
I know,
Yeah.
I know.
Actually, by the way, I really I just saw because we talked about Syria a bit ago. Like I just currently read like an article that's like some like basically the HTS led group is moving onto Homs right now as we speak, which is kind of like, you know, probably the core fight of who might like where it will tilt. But so the Kurds are like the Kurds are like they moved into a lot of, you know, eastern cities where, like, okay, we, you know, that were split by which one was it? They said they moved into Deir el-Zor, which is basically they were the town was split by the by the Euphrates rivers. So like, and they were like, yeah, we just moved into the other side, and like there was no resistance. So interesting
Yeah, it's funny.
development.
The Kurds. So Kurds and Syrian opposition are both advancing.
Yeah, I mean they're kind of working together in that sense.
Yeah. I know that the U.S.-backed opposition group was so two groups. One was in the southeast, I want to say, and then the other was by the western Turkish border. And
Yeah,
I
the
know that
Kurds.
the Kurds were
So
more towards. Well, no, there was a separate group from the Kurds that were supported.
Oh,
by,
okay.
that were in the north that were supported by the U.S. I think it was an affiliated group of the Kurds, but I didn't look too deep into what their like alignments were, but I do know that they were like
yeah,
not aligned enough to unite their organizations or whatever.
yeah. Also, apparently the SDF said they're apparently pretty close to the still government-held Bukamal border crossing, which that would be a thing because that would basically like it's the one that's still used for, you know, Iran slash supplied Iran-backed fighters and such to cross through Syria. So they could shut that down. So that's pretty major developments actually.
So breaching is backed out.
Yep.
Russia is on its way. It's got negative.
25.
Well, actually, no. Manchuria's got low. No, it's not. Russia's got negative 30 water.
Yeah, Russia is on its way out. Manchuria is. We still need to take We still need to take their capital before they start to leave.
But yeah, you've got troops moving up to your border now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's
That means you can go on the offensive.
Yeah.
Let's see. Yeah, the Russians are still attacking.
Yeah, they do.
So I might wait for the Russians to stop attacking. Just because qualifications might be a bit hard with replacing troops.
Yeah.
Even though I've done a very good job of spreading out my universities for qualification increases.
It really is kind of interesting looking at the map that they have right now. So like some southern rebel forces said they were you know, they also you know, occupied the border crossings to Jordan, and Lebanon closed down their borders. And yeah, the HTS is apparently like the SDF is currently like securing the border to Iraq/Iran, while the HTS is basically they're moving through Hama on Homs, which would be like, which would be basically if they get that, Damascus would be cut off from the sea, and that would be bad.
Oh, you have a problem, Lena.
Yeah, I do.
Oh,
Well, I did not see that coming.
Which one?
I'm starting a return of state against Egypt, and Qing sided with Egypt.
The fuck?
oh, that's easy. We can deal with them.
Again, how many times do you need to teach you this lesson, old man?
I guess this is another opportunity to beat up Qing. I guess I don't know. I mean,
Yeah,
I
I
can't
think
get
there-
in on
there
this
are-
because
They are secondary, so I don't know if you can get war goals against them. I could ask Ruben or Agonia if you want in on this. If I can, like, let me actually see. Can I get you?
well, at the very least,
You can get war goals against Qing.
Yeah.
I can call you in with that.
Yeah.
That said, if you could defend against Qing, then that would be
Possibly,
they just drop out of the war anyways.
possibly, yeah. I have I have a pretty large military, and they're all on line infantry. I don't have artillery yet, is the thing. But I do have like a pretty beefy military.
I mean, a decent
Let's liberate
sort of,
Palestine.
Liberate
a
what?
decent portion of China's military is still on.
Yeah.
Which?
Oh yeah, I can probably take Qing. I can probably
Yeah.
take Qing.
I mean, extra bodies probably wouldn't help because Qing's numbers on top of Egypt's might be a little hard.
Mhm.
But at the very least, you could probably just hold out defensively until Qing drops the war.
Yeah.
If you don't put any
War.
demands on them.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
Ruben's help alone should be fine there.
Yeah.
Actually, I'll divert troops from.
Yeah, you have a
Weird
few
to-
fronts.
Kill
Guys,
Russia
yeah.
first. Kill Russia first. That's like.
Yeah, Russia is on its way out. It's at 81 on this war, so it's almost done.
Well, that's good.
And then once it's just me versus Manchuria, it should be a cakewalk. Well, once it's just us versus Manchuria, it should be.
Oh,
just
I realize. Yeah, it's
roll over.
81. They're almost out. That's true. We are very consistently forming Ukraine recently.
I mean,
It's only the right thing to do.
yeah.
Fair point.
Especially now that, like, that's where all that grain is. It's like,
Fair point.
I mean, that will make Russian land so much cheaper to conquer.
Yeah. Yeah.
Do I care about infamy?
Sometimes. Egypt back down nice.
Oh, Egypt back then. Okay. Oh, I didn't make war ups primary, so I didn't get war ups from them. But at least I got.
Hey Ryan, how you
What did the
doing?
Ottomans even get?
How's it going? Hope you're having a good time.
Oh wow!
The ultimate didn't get
This
anything.
war-
I call ally.
This war just recognized me.
Oh.
Yeah.
Like not knocking Russia out of the war.
Yeah. That's
Yeah.
how you. That's the
I mean
easiest
that
way.
worked for Japan. Worked for
Oh shit! That's actually bad.
Hmm?
I lost my war goal on Manchuria,
Why?
Japan.
but not the infamy because it was make tributary, and I can't make a tributary as.
That should switch automatically to.
It should.
Yeah. I live. Oh no! What happened?
I don't even get refunded the infamy.
That's so
Terrible.
stupid. Oh.
Yeah. Yeah.
God damn it. Sometimes this game just is like.
Should I just do the white piece?
Yeah.
They are piecing out right now.
So, yeah.
Yeah.
The Great Mongolian State. That's actually kind of neat to see. And Ukraine!
Fuck.
Yeah, that is so stupid.
But now I have a truce with Manchuria, and I have to pay the frickin' infamy for it all.
Yeah, that is stupid. Ugh. I mean, I guess the Empire of Korea is now very big. In a place, at least.
Yeah.
Japanese shogunate is like, what the fuck?
Also, I think I'm a deeper shade of purple. I think I'm a darker shade of purple now.
That could be true. Yeah.
I don't know. I think it might be because of board. I'm not sure. I don't know, actually. I think you are, yeah. I think you are. Which is weird.
Okay, so time to...
It's a nice shade of purple, though.
Yeah. Oh, now I have landed voting. But yeah, anyways, that's annoying. Just from like its core, because like
yeah, that sets you back so much.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it sets back your momentum.
Yeah, and like, not only do I have to wait out the truce now, but I don't even get what I paid for in Infamy.
That is so stupid. That is so stupid.
Yeah. Yeah. I could colonize Equatoria and make the connection between my homeland and my other holdings a bit thicker and more reasonable, but I also just enjoy how my country just looks like it's herniating into Africa. It's I find it very funny. So I'm like, yeah, I don't think I'm gonna do that. And I'm already colonizing further south anyway. I'm gonna see if I can lock Portugal out of expanding inland. That would be very funny.
That's not too difficult, honestly.
Yeah, they haven't really done any expanding, so I don't know if they actually would. But
oh, the Kabul Nihilist revolt. Interesting.
Oh.
Oh well. But yeah, that doesn't sound too good. Hope you can manage. If you...
Yeah, I mean, it just kind of sucks that I won't have Manchuria.
By the way, Ruben.
Yeah?
I can't change my way of voting because I think you need to allow it for some reason. I do not know how.
Under subjects.
How do I... where...
He needs to do that.
Ah.
Overlord actions. What do you need me to do?
If you need to know what to do, look into the Paradox Games section and the picture that I posted previously. Not the one above the video that Lena sent. You go into that. It shows what menu you need to go into, among other things. But it's basically the diplomacy tab, your subjects, and then the drop-down menu underneath underneath the specific subject.
Is this voting?
Yes, voting. I kind of want to be able to at least change it away from autocracy.
Yeah, to what do you want it?
I mean, honestly, I think...
No laws available to impose on India.
Yeah, I need to be allowed to do it.
No, that's the distribution of power first.
A distribution of power.
No, if you hover over it. Over something.
It says, the Dominion of India is forbidden from changing its distribution of power law without permission from the suzerain.
But how can you get permission then?
That's the thing. Do I need to...
I can't...
open diplomacy...
So I can force you to do certain laws, but I can't change autocracy.
Yeah, if that... So your independence would have to go down in order for him to have more influence over your laws.
I mean, no, but
you're too autonomous.
So it's a liberty desire problem.
It's a
No,
combination.
I can decrease your
you can change
autonomy, but
So
That's not
That
the
would
it's
change
point.
stuff.
No, it was the point.
let me explain. So it's a combination of things. If you have the right like government stuff for your power block, you can have more authority. Like you can demand changes. I think it's specific, but I think that may be limited to ideological union. You'd need to take a look at the power block stuff, at the power block options, because I think the one that's in the
What have you done?
is that
Proportional,
protectionism if I change
Yeah,
per
you-
capita taxation?
proportional taxation is good.
Yes, but not as good for me right now.
It doesn't really calculate the dividends you do not
Okay.
collect yet. So in general, it's better, especially since it doesn't tax the
Yeah,
lowest
you get more
strata as
tax.
much, which increases your soul and does consumption.
Yeah, the problem is just I'm currently enacting protectionism.
And
Why I...
Oh, you can have an option to wait until you're finished with the one
Yeah.
that you're enacting.
now is not the time for this.
Yeah.
I mean, Why proportional taxation?
That was the only thing I could see to improve in your
Yeah.
legal system. Gives you more taxes,
I mean,
and
I
only from the
guess-
rich people.
I hope so.
It does. It does.
It does. The only thing that really matters if you're doing what you need to be careful with is graduated taxation.
Yeah.
Okay.
The only time you don't actually want proportional is when the aristocrats are have too much power. Like when there's only like the aristocrats, because at that point you're not making you don't have enough aristocrats in order to and they're not making enough that it's worth it to go with proportional from land based, or even from per capita at that time. But as soon as you have a bunch of industrialized buildings, like even if it says it's negative, it's going to be positive.
Simply because it doesn't check
Yeah.
the dividends tax for some reason.
Yeah.
Okay.
Agonia, looks like I'm supplying you with 262 grain.
Oh, that's nice.
Yep. That number will probably go up as I am producing more farms.
Yeah. Yeah. Let's see.
And I've got the convoys to back it up too, so.
I get also like 350 from Ruben. I'm importing lots of grain. If I don't have to build it, I won't.
Goods. Still not sending that much to Ruben.
I produce everything.
Let's see, grain. Where can I export grain more to? Oh, Ethiopia.
Yeah.
Instantly level 3.
Yeah. Thank you.
Oh wow, Hawaii's an unrecognized regional power.
Hmm.
Now, how much of this is a poet? None of it is. They are elite. Hawaii is the #2 producer of oil right now, but that's probably just their. That's probably just the fact that that they have a bunch of whaling, I guess.
Yeah, I guess that's.
Yep, they
that
have
makes-
10. They have 10 whaling stations.
Oh, great. Damn, I am getting slowly out of my. Slowly making more money with grain.
That's great.
Hooray! And I have still solid build power actually this time. Yeah, it's 200. Not good, but solid. I'm kind of proud that I'm alright. I just wish I had laissez-faire. I can't get there, so I guess
Laissez-faire.
protectionism it is. Better than mercantilism, actually.
Let's see, people I can invite. Let's do that.
Panama Canal should hopefully be built pretty soon.
I'm
Nice.
also going to start an import grain from Britain. Level 10, amount 487. Oh, no, I just dropped to level 9. Amount 405.
Oh, by the way, Agonia, if you tell the Dutch American company to enact
Oh yeah, right.
colonization, then they'll start colonizing Alaska, and I think there's an event where it instantly just colonizes the whole thing. Because sometimes I'll look away and all of a sudden, they'll just have the whole thing colonized at once.
Mm-hmm.
Who is not recognized in my country? Ah, the Russian pops. They're in violent hostility. The Siberians are okay. The Russians are not.
Damn Ruskies. Ruined Russia. Oh my lord, there's so much to research. And so much to build.
You know what? Can we maybe talk about a fun little detail in Strike Witches about characters being gay?
If you want to.
That probably no one really like we just watched the series, but like I think it's kind of interesting for both of you who are here and all who are listening. There's an interesting detail about a character, especially during the first seasons, but like it's generally a thing they kept consistent during all of them. So there are official comments of like official quote unquote made up comments on what a character thinks of the other characters in the group. Okay. So an interesting one is how Sanya talks about Elia. Because he's just like, yeah, I'm always with Elia. That's just how it is, It's just, and I didn't even notice it until people pointed out. But Sanya also says she kind of doesn't like it that Elia always grabs the other girl's breast because she never does it with her. And she's like, why aren't you doing this? And stop blushing, that doesn't help me. And if you think about it, Elia really never does that to Sanya in the whole series. There's 3 seasons and she doesn't do it. She has no problem with any other girl, but Sanya? No. Doesn't work. Brain doesn't stop functioning. She just can't do it. Great detail, Good characterization. I mean, on that sense,
I remember another anime that I've seen that has actually had that in, like as a plot point, but I can't remember the name of it.
What was it about?
I do know it's a. Unfortunately, the thing I remember about it was that it was the school slice of life.
Oh.
Type scenario, which does not help because there's so much of that.
Yeah. Like, not really narrowing it down.
You know what's funny? I'm trying to connect multiculturalism, but the only people in favor of it are the trade unions right now. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
But they're in a party with the petit bourgeoisie, and that's why they're against it. Because they're insurrectionary with them. It's like, that should split the party, okay?
That should definitely split them.
That's like, I'm making political rational choices by going into revolution with the ones that against what I want. Like, that's not even compromise.
That's just stupid.
Yeah.
Well, all of a sudden, freedom of conscience is closer to dying. We'll see if it goes through or not. Okay, Borneo did something stupid. They reduced... They just got rid of all their government administrations.
Oh.
Wonderful.
That is...
I don't know why the AI does this.
Probably because paper price too high.
It shouldn't have been. It hasn't been high in a long time.
There must be something with the calculation that is just off.
Yeah. And it's annoying that I can't build it for my subject.
Yeah.
I mean, I kind of get that, but also, like...
They will just reduce it again.
Yeah. I mean, I literally built and handed over 4 buildings for them.
Mm.
Yeah.
Yeah, they aren't that great in, like, indirect calculations.
Yeah.
Unless you tell them specifically. Because the AI can see static stuff. You can also let him do the calculation, but the calculation fluctuates, and depending on how the developer resolves that in each case.
Yeah.
Maybe they're just possessed by the spirit of anarchism, and they don't want any administration. They're just lifestyleists.
Lifestylist?
There's a Danish uprising in Indochina.
I know. I'm like the Pegu uprising, which is yes. Canada is in a Danish power block?
Danish power block? What,
I
really?
haven't looked at
No,
Power
Denmark
Block.
is in the British power block. Oh.
Yeah. You haven't looked at much Power Block map modes recently, right?
I haven't scanned over the whole map with it, but I have looked at the power block stuff. I just didn't realize that Denmark was in the power block.
Can some of my my subjects kick off another? Oh, we rebel, and I can just swallow up a lot of land.
Would be nice, right?
Have you been
be
using
very nice.
Doctrine of Lapse, by the way?
I don't think she has that anymore now
Yeah.
that she's.
Oh, yeah, because you're a Dominion. I think Doctrine of Lapse is only for when you're a chartered company.
I think I saw something about that when you switch over to the Raj. Yeah, Doctrine of Lapse was removed.
Yeah, it was at the
When you-
beginning
yeah.
also already.
You really invest heavily in law enforcement and home affairs. The radicalism and the effect of radicals is so decreased.
Especially Home Affairs alone saves you so much political movements. They nerfed that actually now from Secret Police, I think. It only gives 5% per level now. It was 10 beforehand.
Yeah,
It was absolutely busted.
So much.
It's like,
Yeah.
you just
Yeah.
put it on
Yeah,
level 1,
I see
you
that
will
now.
never have a movement. It's like,
yeah.
And that with standard of living increases, oh my god, people are actually happy. They're not riding up.
mine are a bit down, but that's because I'm incorporating Shandong.
Same.
I think if I get a trade agreement with you, that would probably give you enough leverage for me to join your power block. I think.
Who are you talking to?
Which power block do you want to join? Economist?
Dutch. Yeah.
The Dutch? Okay, yeah, I
Okay.
can give you a...
Not British.
Well, I have nice things.
I have nicer things. I have cars.
That's terrible. I know. No. No. No cars, please, no. The most
I have trains.
terrible consumer good.
Shoot, shoot.
How can I get you if you want in here? Guarantee
More,
independence.
just wait for the leverage to pick up.
Yeah, but I'm giving you more leveraged things.
Thank you. Yes. Yeah. The faster it'll tick up, the better.
The more I can.
Oh, Palestine's its own country.
Yeah.
Yeah, it liberated when we beat up in Egypt. Well, try to, and then Egypt would like,
I
no,
forgot I
thank you.
did that.
Yes, you did.
Yeah.
That.
Yeah.
Oh, it's two at once.
Yeah.
No.
My metal consortium has not expanded once. I think it might be bugged.
Oof.
Depends, really. They have now a higher priority to privatize stuff, but the capital is still the side on the queue, not the company. The company has no agency in that sense.
Wait, what is going on?
Ooh, Australia against the French.
Oh wow.
I'm busy, so I can't really help.
This is a war over Jebemi and banning slavery in the Indies. And now transferring to Ceylon.
Nobody touches my Dutch East Indies.
British East Indies.
As for transfer subject, Australia. I'm just kidding. They wouldn't accept that. They would only accept Mosquito Kingdom, Siak, Sierra Leone, or Ionian Islands.
There's a Pegu
Would
uprising
they hand?
in
No.
Iceland.
What?
There's a Pegu uprising in Iceland.
And they,
Why is it also in
and they're,
India?
and they're an anarchist commune.
That's funny.
I do invade France.
Oh, yeah, they have. It's the one Danish province in India. That one little. That's the one they have, and also some islands off the coast of Sumatra.
Wow, amazing.
Oh, and the Danish colony in Togo in Africa.
Great. Oh, we're entering soon the last 30 years. So it's probably
Soon? You know how long it will take.
Another. Well, we're in the last 50 years at least.
What? Oh,
Yeah.
I thought. Yeah.
More people. Nice.
I am also currently enacting migration controls, and when that passes, that'll also reduce my my leverage resistance, so that'll also help.
God damn it! I just have an earworm recently.
Which one?
The Dark Eternal Night.
Ah, because I showed you that one.
Yes, music is giving me earworms again. Everyone who wants to listen to that, It's The Dark Eternal Night by Dream Theater. Good song. Long song. Ah.
Hmm?
Oh, that's a great chain revolt.
Peasant Revolt.
Oh, yeah, I guess.
Oh wow,
It's very split up.
Ching is looking kind of moldy.
Mm-hmm. Why is the French Republic invading in Ceylon?
Why is French Republic?
Because the French tried to take over
Transfer
Jambi
Ceylon.
in British East Indies.
Ah.
And so I'm invading France.
Ah, I was like asking, do you need help?
Well, you can't really help now, but yeah,
Could have
should be
asked
fine.
earlier, yeah. Mobilize the Raj so I can, you know, that island in front of me isn't.
Slowly, slowly, my power block grows.
Wow, that's quite the coalition against the Peasant Revolt.
Russia, Philippines, Manchuria, and Tibet. The question is, you can't really support any of them, right?
Nope.
Nope. I can't because Qing hate me and I have a truce of China with Qing.
Well, you don't have a truce with the revolt, but the revolt also doesn't want anything.
You mean Qing doesn't want anything from you? To fight against the revolt?
Yep. Oh, there's. Oh yeah, right. Totally forgot. You got big.
Oh my god, it's such a pain to invade France.
Oh yeah.
It's France.
Well, the main problem is more like it's only two strategic regions.
Yeah, which makes it difficult because they can.
Which is weird because
Just break
France
up
should
their
like have at
forces.
least 4.
You
If
need
we're honest.
what you need in order. What I've seen when I've seen the AI successfully invade France, it's because they invaded like everything possible. Which essentially is like they spread out the French forces so much on the naval invasions. So like they essentially did like 3 or 4 simultaneous naval invasions, which then split up the.
I don't have the naval forces for
Right.
that, so that's kind of annoying.
Especially since I think in the last update they fixed the thing that generals take too many troops in defending naval landings. Oh, apparently Napoleon did something bad and now I hate the French.
Huh.
Napoleon moment.
Napoleon.
God damn it, Borneo. I'm trying to get them to do migration controls instead of closed borders, so that they can actually get some population. Yep, and they refused.
Win the naval battles, but we just can't land. Oh,
Yep, that's the kind of the point. I'm still trying to enact multiculturalism and it just goes up and down, up and down.
I do. So, I do. I do think that the law enactment system is better than it was at launch, but also I feel like it has problems.
Yeah.
Like it feels like you can't. That it feels like you sometimes get into a state where you can't enact things because there's too much flip-flopping back and forth on the debates.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like it almost feels like the debates. It feels like they need to make another row for this like of setback things, but make that row for the debate's result.
You could also just
So maybe give-
say if you're imposing the law, there isn't much stall chance because it's coming from the overlord.
Yeah,
like a modifier
I think
to
that,
reduce
I
it.
think that should include success. That should include success chance at base level. Maybe still allow for debate and stuff like that to kind of like say like, oh, how possible is this? Can we actually do this? Like that kind of stuff. I mean, of course, the overlord shouldn't be ignored. So I think having an overlord's demand for law change be like adding like baseline success chance, I feel like that's a good way to go about that.
For example.
Yeah. But I do still think that like because like you always have a chance of either success, advance, debate, or stall. I think advance and success shouldn't have limits. Stall shouldn't have limits. Debate should have limits, I think, as a result. So that you can either more quickly cause law to fail or more quickly pass it. Because it doesn't make sense for a law to be stuck in, like, debate for, like, a decade, at least. Because that's what I've been doing, is I've been trying to spend decades to pass a singular bill at times.
Yeah.
And that and even beyond like any kind of like make sense mechanic, it just doesn't. It's just not fun.
Yep.
Because it kind of like feels like you're not interacting with the mechanic very much.
I'm finally up again in innovation.
You mean your literacy or your innovation?
My innovation is now at capacity again.
Ah.
And
I still am not at my innovation, but at the very least, I've gotten past my initial cap.
nice. So spread bony.
And I've actually been actively improving my working on tech, and improving my tech. That said, I still don't have schools.
Yeah. You have the authority for like social mobility.
Yeah,
But that's
not in all of my incorporated states, just in my original core states, which are the ones that really matter. But if I get freedom of conscience passed, then I'll be able to pass school law next. Because, I mean, religious schools could pass, but it's unreliable. It had some enough opposition earlier. Any schools would pass at this point. But ideally, I don't want to empower the Confucian scholars right now. Not more than I already have.
oh, the Chinga back.
Yep. Oh, my ruler is only 58 years old, and like so much older. I looked at the portrait. I was like, "Oh, this guy's old. He's probably old enough to abdicate now." Nope.
I mean, 58. People can get grey with 20. So.
Yeah, that's true. Oh, one of the whaling stations in the Far East is owned by a Ukrainian private industry,
Mhm.
or was. I've nationalized it.
Ah.
Mhm.
No, the Hurricanes, what the fuck? Give us back our whaling station.
There's a Prussian and a Russian-owned one as well in Kamchatka, or there was one there. Prussian one from Westphalia. So, some financial district in Westphalia is getting a bunch of money from whaling in Siberia in Otosk.
Ah, great.
And now to buy it. There we go. Should not be any more foreign-owned stuff. I feel like so this is a little bit of a tangent. I feel like agitators should have an opportunity they should have like random chances to join opposition parties.
Yeah, I mean, you can still.
So like if their IG is not in government, I feel like they should have an opportunity to just join on their own the event.
Hmm.
Like not join, but like take over leadership of the party on their own. Like maybe not give the player the option to select that but like just make it a random thing.
Mm.
Let's do this. Grant leadership. I wonder, can I cancel this and do the thing that I think I can do? I could, and it might... militant. Can I get a...
Nice.
God damn it! If only there wasn't a traditionalist in charge of my armed forces, then I could probably go state atheism.
Oh, great.
Well, we have the population, I think. They won't run out that fast.
What, me?
Yeah. You won't run out of population that fast, so... Worst case, you can't.
Oh yeah, that's not my concern. Yeah, that's not my concern. My concern with state atheism is just the Confucian scholars wouldn't get rebellious, but the armed forces would, because they have a traditionalist in charge. Doing very high wages for the military wouldn't be enough.
Dutch reactionary revolt.
Oh, yeah. It's the Brazilian Dutch reactionary revolt, but yeah.
They're a republic with 6 interest groups in government.
Okay.
Ooh.
Spicy.
Spicy. Anyway, it's kind of late, and I think Ruben probably wants to go to bed soonish.
Oh, I'm fine. But if you want to go to bed, that's fine.
Okay, because
I
like also
yeah.
the not that the stream resets again and shit.
That's fine.
Yeah.
I would say.
This time I'm going to be the one to say, can we please call it here, because I need to be awake at a reasonable time.
Yep, that's fine then.
Technically today.
And we will do that. Okay,
So
that is perfect.
And before people met next time, because apparently no one noticed, Nya, can you please open up the power block menu?
Okay, then I will do that.
I hinted at it, but just
the
zoom out. See you, world.
British Empire.
Well, the British Empire isn't important, obviously. It's my power block.
Oh, it's basically South America now.
Yes, that's recently. I had something before.
And the Ottomans?
Yeah.
Fuck you. I think this needs to change. Ottoman Empire belongs to India.
I needed a land border to Russia to invade them more easily, okay?
I guess. Glorious. Anyway, this was Vicky 3. We're still kind of fixing India. Works out right now. Happy with that? Very happy.
So far so good.
But
So far so good.
yeah. hopefully gonna have some revolts soonish next, and I can just swallow up a little bit more of them. Like every time there are less, you know, there's just less of them, and that makes me stronger. Anyway, have a wonderful evening, everyone. See you tomorrow for probably the last part of the Call of Duty Black Ops 6 campaign. Otherwise, stay healthy, have good sleep, soft skin, fresh milk. If you're lactose intolerant, I think you're probably craving cheese or milk right now. That's a normal feeling. So hopefully you have some. Mm-hmm. And otherwise, yeah. Have a good night. Goodbye.
Bye.
Good night.
Yeah.